is up, dudes? What's up, Ryan? I see you and shit. I shot the link out to some of the dudes. Just figured I'd go live for a little bit. Had a couple of drinks with dinner. Work is pretty much done for the day, other than getting back to writing the screenplay. I'm hanging out. What is up, Ryan, Colin, Alejandro? Yeah, I've been working on the Camp Rainbow ash cans for the Patreon in between a big wax pack order for Clint Stoker. Then I got another big wax pack order for someone else that I'm not sure I can mention yet. I'm not sure if they've announced it, so I'm going to keep a secret for now. But yeah, the ash cans coming together nicely. I'll be posting some pictures of that tonight and some some description and detail stuff over on the Patreon for the dudes. Like if you're a $20 patron or more, you're going to be getting a couple of copies of the ash can. If you are $5 or more, you'll get at least one. Might send some other stuff with it. Just got to figure out shipping and everything. But yeah, you dudes will finally be getting some physical stuff. And then the colored and lettered digital pages will start going up on there as the weeks go by, getting you guys backlogged on all the things we've been doing. And all while I'm working on figuring out the movie industry and potentially video games. Our dude Mitch Rockidge, fucking awesome dude, is looking to dive into game development, possibly full time, and I might do some writing with him. Get some little micro horror experiences up on the Patreon. Yeah, whatever level you're at, Colin. The $5 level is the minimum threshold for it, just because that covers, like, if you did that for 2 months, that covers the padded mailer and shipping and everything. I know you're overseas, so it'll be a little bit more, but you guys have all been patrons for months now, and the only thing we've been able to stay consistent with is the podcast for the most part. So I wanted to finally make good on that. So looking to gather some stickers and stuff like that. Maybe a couple other things. I don't want to give away all of it, but gonna send some cool stuff out. Get it to you dudes, and then hopefully sooner than later we'll be gearing up for a campaign for Camp Rainbow. But we wanted to have the whole thing done and ready to go, ready to print, not have to deal with any of the trouble that we dealt with City of Rot. But yeah, it's finally making good on all the promises, and it's all thanks to the support of you dudes. Yeah, so you'll be getting one, Colin. I'm figuring out basically a set print run of how many I'm gonna make, because I'm making them myself in-house. They're all hand assembled and everything like that. I'm going to sign them at the very least. Maybe Kayla will if she's in town again. I don't know yet. We'll figure that out. But they'll at least be signed by me. They're a super limited thing. You can basically only get through the Patreon. And if all the patron dudes are cool with it, after your copies are shipped out, I will open up the last couple copies to people that aren't patrons if they just want to buy them straight up. But I had to tell people today, I was like, it's only if the dudes are cool with it, because the whole point is to have some exclusive things for you dudes and try to keep you in the loop as much as we possibly can. We appreciate it, Colin. Literally, like, every dollar I'm putting back into that stuff, so it's all been going to, like, either shipping you dudes stuff or producing stuff. I know we sent a birthday gift to Ryan from me, Jeff, and all you dudes. We didn't make a big deal out of it or anything like that, but we PayPal'd him some money on his birthday so he could have a nice dinner and a night off. So it's really cool. The money is being put to really good use, and that's why now is like I'm gonna throw a little bit of my own money in, do the ash cans. I'm gonna try to make those a more regular thing now too. I'm thinking like quarterly. Like I said before, we're still figuring things out with the Patreon. The $20 one, we're still gonna do shirts, but I've been so behind on everything, I haven't been able to set up that machine with me being just like locked in screenplay mode and everything. So the first run of shirts, I might just have printed by a printer I used to have print all of my band stuff. That's reliable, great quality and everything. But then I know they'll be the right sizes and everything, and we'll get those out to you guys too. We'll get that all figured out. Movie stuff is once the screenplay's done, we're sending it out to the studio we were talking about. Once I hear back from that, I'll be able to talk more about it, unless they're like, making me sign an NDA and they actually want to give us the money to make it. But I'm really gung-ho about potentially putting together a team of independent filmmakers and stuff and making it on our own with some studio backing. If they're up for it, I'd like to do something with a bunch of no names. We've mentioned it a lot, but the whole Texas Chainsaw Massacre method of going in there where nobody's really anybody and just making something visceral and gross. And I think that works better for horror stuff when you don't fucking recognize every face on the screen. What's up, Jackson Zelda? Good to see you guys. Yeah, I'm trying to think of everything else. We got Can't Kill Cade. I believe it drops this Wednesday now. I know they came in. They're looking rad. They got, I'm pretty sure, fold-out posters now. All of them. Yeah. Alterna books going forward. Fold-out posters, or pull-out posters, I should say. Just bend your little staples back very gently and pop that beautiful poster out. It's exciting stuff. Very cool. Yeah, and I hear they look great in a bag and a board. I'm really excited for issue 2 of Cade to finally be out there. It's been a slow-going series just due to personal issues and stuff. But it's another one I am very, very proud of and absolutely love the work that me and Kevin have done on it. It fits into the Ransom verse with Voidwalker and the upcoming Hellseekers, which might be the next ash can for the next quarter of the Patreon. I'm thinking it'd be cool to do like the first 10 pages or so of that for an ash can. The official Jeff ash can, because now the Vince one, the way we did the original ash can was a bunch of like character introduction short stories. So that Vince one, I talked with him a little bit about it, and those might actually show up as shorts in the annuals now. So those stories won't go to waste. They're still fucking awesome. Vince did an amazing job on the art. But this first Hellseekers ash can will be a little Patreon exclusive one. Getting right into the nitty gritty. That series too is just balls to the wall. Yeah, I think Hans might have passed out. I know he was drinking too. I was gonna see if him and Low-Res wanted to come on, but it's getting late for these guys. I love balls on my chin. Oh my god. I'm cool for the normies to have a crack at it after I get mine. Yeah, I figured the dudes wouldn't care as long as everybody gets theirs first, and I think we're gonna be stamping them all and everything. Hey Spencer, can't sleep. My daughter is very sick again. Fucking hate VPK and those disease kids there. Damn man, I'm sorry to hear that. We'll be praying for you over here, hoping that and her obviously that clears up. That fucking sucks. Me and my girlfriend don't have kids, but that's one of the fears that's in the forefront of my head. Anytime we've ever talked about that. I'm a complete animal myself. I couldn't fathom having to take care of another human being. And I love kids. I'm just terrified of the concept of being responsible for one of my own. But I really hope she's feeling better soon, dude. Sorry. Yeah. We're gonna be bolstering up the Patreon stuff though, and then the people, you don't want to drop $5 a month for all that physical shit. You still get the podcast episodes, and we'll still be digitally backlogging the issues, and they'll be available to buy through whether it's a crowdfund for a Death Curse book or it's coming out through Alterna as a Ransomverse book. There'll always be a point where they will be physically available to the mass market, but these ash cans are more of a exclusive thing, just like an added thank you for you guys. I'm hand assembling them in-house, hand stamping them and everything. They're going to be very, very limited quantity stuff, just for the dudes and maybe a couple extra. I think we're like just under 20 patrons right now, so I was thinking I was going to make like 25 of them all together. Depending on how many duplicates and everything I'm sending everyone. I'm thinking if you do the $20 tier, I'm probably going to send, like, you'll get 3 copies of the ash can and then some other stuff. The 10 will be like 2 copies, 5 will be 1 copy, something like that. And then I'll probably do a bunch of sketch cards or something and just throw them in randomly with people. I'm waiting on more top loaders right now, because I'm sure, as you guys know, we're all comic book nerds here. BCW and everybody that, manufactures and distributes comic packaging supplies, bags, boards, top loaders, all that shit right now is like all on back order. At least till like October, last I checked it. My best Avery Brooks. Spencer. What is up, Silver Ogre? Yeah, it's craziness. I've been having to buy stuff like directly from Amazon that I normally would just get somewhere else. Yeah. Trying to think of other stuff. Yeah, I looked at Alterna's website. Cade and everything isn't on the new releases yet, but you can get Can't Kill Cade and Voidwalker #1 blank variants now, which are very cool. I still need to grab some Voidwalker variants, or some Voidwalker blanks. I have a bunch of Cade ones. Pete actually hooked me up with some dinged and dented ones that I think I'm just gonna do quick sketches on and throw those in with people who get random stuff, maybe patrons, stuff like that. I did that with a lot of the guys who got sketch cards just because things were so behind recently. The sketch cards took a while to go out. I didn't really get into it. I can probably do a big stream when I'm not drinking and explain all of that. But essentially, if you backed any of the auction stuff, it took weeks longer. Some people are still waiting on their stuff. But I've spoken with them. I fucked up a bunch of emails and a bunch of stuff, and it was because I was so scattered with all of the craziness of the move. We were supposed to have our kitchen finished in August, and it's hasn't even started yet. Our cabinets haven't got here. The shipping company that we got the pods from, that was bringing stuff up from the house my girlfriend's family had in Florida, fucked the pods up and brought the wrong one here the first time, then the right one the second time, then the wrong one for the second pod, so we had to wait on the right one again. It was a whole lot of fun. It was like the Murphy's Law move, and I'm glad that I might never move again because I'm such a hermit. I mean, I'm just turned 31 in June, so I'm still at the age where like I can physically manage a move, but I don't want to ever have to do that again. Yeah. And this whole move was just to get a foundation under me to be able to actually in the next couple of years go full time with my writing and not feel like me and the girlfriend are just throwing money into a pit renting a place. Like now I'm like, if you think you can comfortably start financing a home, I think it's the best idea for everyone if you don't already own one. Or if you are lucky enough to buy one outright or whatever. We were looking at shit at one point in other states where houses around what we were looking at were like a half the cost of what they are in Connecticut. And I almost wish we had done that just because I wouldn't mind living more remotely down south somewhere now. But I'm happy with where we're at. And the foundation is the biggest thing. Like knowing that I always have a place to fall back to and keep building on all this madness. And eventually I'm going to finish out our basement into studio Death Curse. I'll have room for the dudes and everything to come out. We'll be able to do summits and live stream, record podcast episodes while they're in town and shit. Get silly, like we're not middle-aged men anymore. Yeah. 50K saved at the moment, but the market is a bit shit at the second. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is just keep monitoring it, man. We basically caught this like weird couple of week stretch where we were able to lock something in and like really got lucky. If it weren't for fucking COVID, man, we probably wouldn't be where we are right now. And it's like weird. It sucks that like the world is going through what it's going through. I try to stay out of all of that shit. I don't really care. I'm kind of like a live and let live. You want to get vaccinated? Cool. You don't want to get vaccinated? Cool. Do your fucking thing, man. As long as you're not fucking with me and like harming people, awesome. That's what existing is. That's the peak of it, man. All of us just hanging out, doing our own thing and not fucking with anybody. Talk shit, you know, have a good laugh and everything, but like, I mean, physical violence doesn't need to get physical. But I don't need to preach either. What is up, Paul? What's up, Figure Drawn? Good to see you, dudes. We're just hanging out. I've been working on screenplay stuff all day, wax pack things all day, getting the ash can ready. Shout out to Miles Basket, who just signed up for our Patreon. Jesus, sorry. We always shout out the new dudes on the channel and on Twitter, so thank you very much. I can't think of your actual Twitter handle right now. I'm so bad at that shit. I was actually just telling Beth I'm gonna be hanging my cork board up soon, and I'm gonna make a wall for all the Patreon dudes just so I can remember everyone's handles and everything. I try to make sure I'm following everybody, but fucking Twitter loves to make me unfollow people. Metatron's Cube. I think that's you. Dem ash cans. Sorry. Yeah, man, I get a couple of drinks in me and I fucking lose my mind. Glad to hear about your productivity. Be sure to take at least small breaks for yourself. Oh, for sure, man. I mean, I'm lucky enough to where, like, basically since the pandemic started, because I work for my girlfriend's family's business, essentially, like, I've essentially been able to work from home. Mostly make my own hours other than when we get rush orders and things like that. And 30 is probably middle-aged for me if we're being real, Ashen. I've lived pretty fast and loose. But But yeah, I've been lucky enough to sort of call my own shots with my day job. So I get lots of time to have downtime and take breaks and everything. And I actually really enjoy writing and stuff like that. So writing is almost like a relaxing break for me. I've said it before, like I was doing it long before I ever broke out into doing it professionally, and I would still be doing it if it wasn't getting published. Like I am absolute animal with that stuff, especially comics. Can't stay just saying, hey, well, thank you for popping in, buddy. How soon will it be that Hellseekers becomes published? Hoping sometime next year. Realistically, I'd say mid to like final quarter of next year. Just because, you know, Alterna has tons of other awesome creators that have amazing books out, and it's not like I can just like cut in line and get a book out. I still need to go through the motions and submit it like everyone else, get it approved. We want to have a couple of issues ready, which is why we're backlogging it on the Patreon. Like I said, you'll be able to see digital pages of it as we're releasing it and stuff. And I'm going to start queuing people in a little bit on the scripts and stuff like we were talking about. But the problem is I basically write like the first issue normally has a fairly tight script. And then after that, I start to, because I communicate so much back and forth through basically like text messages, phone calls, whatever with artists, that we eventually develop a shorthand, and the scripts get way like more and more lean as they go and kind of nonsensical. It's almost like we're speaking our own language. Like Jeff now, I feel like I almost wouldn't even need to write a full script anymore with some of the stuff I do with him. I could pull like a Stanley and be like, and then they whoop each other's ass on this page, and he'd knock it out of the park and understand like where it's supposed to end up for the next turn. We've gotten a real good shorthand. Yeah, the black and white one. So that was Vince Rush's art. Vince had to step down recently. Basically he got a big time job making good money, and doesn't have the time to do an ongoing series. So he stepped away from it. He might still be doing some inventory issues, which are basically like guest issues down the road. And like I said, those stories from that ash can are actually going to be fully colored and everything, and you'll see them popping up in the annual, most likely. Hopefully at the end of the first year. I've seen Jeff's awesome work with minimal scripts. Yeah, he's fantastic. Same thing with Christian. Like the Voidwalker stuff's gotten leaner and leaner, and I can, like, if I'm referencing something, I can, and it's normally not even like oh, we're doing this 1-to-1 recreation of this from this horror movie I like. A lot of it is more like a vibe or tone I'm going for. And Christian and Jeff are both big movie guys too, so there's a lot of weirdness where I can just sort of like almost say the title of a movie and they immediately know what I'm getting towards. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Hellseekers 2, that ash can, not a lot of people have seen it, but essentially it's a bunch of short stories of all the heroes and sort of the shit they're up to before the team comes back together. And a lot's changed since then. The characters are still the same and everything, but we cut out a lot after talking to Pete, got lots of great feedback from Pete, and the entire idea of Hellseekers is an Image era superhero team, muscle era guys, big guns, killing villains and stuff like that. Just absolutely cross the line. Those guys basically learning how to come back from that and be like golden age again, be good superheroes again with a moral foundation, an icon that's something to strive for again. Almost meta without being up its ass. We're trying to be the world outside your window, like Marvel says it is, but like legitimately again, and just good stories, awesome characters, and not these long running arcs that are written for the trade and stuff like that. Like, we're really focusing on trying to do something this time around where you don't feel like you need to read every issue to know what's going on. You want to read every issue just because they're awesome, and it's a new ridiculous story each week, maybe a new hero to team up with or a villain to take down. There are some longer arcs and stuff tied in and woven in through there, but we try to space it out and make it more fun. And if it's one of 3 arc or something like that, there's still other bits in there, and they still, if it's a 3-parter, each part still sort of has its own meat and potatoes to get through. Transport me back to the 90s. That's what I'm trying to do, man. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I don't know if you missed a City of Rod update. I did just do like a little stream update one of the days. The premium print and everything is out. Should be coming in the next couple of weeks. And I'm still like pulling teeth with our newsprint printer because we can't go through Alterna. The printer we had was like all lined up, ready to go. We had a couple hiccups with the premium one, so we held off. We also decided that we were going to color the newsprint edition, so we got going on that. So obviously couldn't send it to print anymore. I notified the printer. They said it was all good. Nothing was going to be a problem. Delta variant is now evidently a thing. My state's been kind of weird with it and back and forth. Like, nobody's really wearing masks, but they're all weird about it, and people are kind of getting sick, but none of the information's very clear. And the printer has just sort of stopped responding to emails, and they aren't answering their phones. So I don't know if this guy is just like on vacation, because I'm speaking with like one of the heads of sales, and I can't get a hold of anyone else right now. So I don't know if just the whole thing is closed down because of something with COVID, or they're just out of the office or whatever. But we have a couple weeks before that'll all be colored anyways now. Once that's done, that'll go out to print. We'll get it back, and I'll be fulfilling like a madman from there. I'm honestly trying to, just because I do a lot of shipping and packaging and everything for my day job. Mike, my co-writer on Can't Kill Cade, is probably just going to come over to my place, stay for a weekend. We'll pack everything up, label it and everything in 2 days, and then go on a Monday and ship it all out all at once. Because I want it to just like get it all out and know that they'll just start showing up to everybody. And if they don't show up to anybody within a couple of weeks, like if you're international or whatever, you guys can message me and we get it handled before I open up any of the extra from. I'm doing a little bit of an overprint on the premium edition. I know we'll have plenty for the newsprint, because you have to print a minimum of 1,000 with most printers in newsprint. We only need like 200 copies of the newsprint edition. But I printed about 100 extra of the premium edition overall. So just in case there's any mistakes, anything lost in the mail or anything like that, people can get a hold of us, and we get it handled immediately. And that's why with Camp Rainbow or any of the other campaigns, we're trying to basically have the book all colored, pre-pressed, ready to go before we launch a future campaign, and line up a backup printer. Like, we were talking with Pete recently, and it's just like it seems like newsprint printers don't want to be like in the printing game anymore. I don't really know what the hell's going on right now. Luckily he's got a really good one, but a lot of newsprint printers that used to be some of the like biggest in the country have just taken a complete nosedive. Yeah, we basically spent a whole year like going back and forth with, I think it was like 8 or 9 different printers just to end up with like a printer that multiple people suggested to us. But it was like we got so many suggestions from so many people that were like, they're great and they took really good care of us, and then we would reach out to them and everything. It would go really well. There was some where it was just like pulling teeth, and I understand because we're not a very big book. And if you look at the whole community, some of these printers that are printing some amazing books for guys, it would be such a big overhead for us to do something like that on the low print runs that we're doing. So it's like, we can't print with printers like EVS is print with. I think it was like TDI is one of the, or API is one of the big ones that a lot of people are using. Those bigger guys that are pulling in huge numbers right now are able to print with these bigger printers, do huge print runs and stuff like that. And obviously it's a business, so those bigger runs are going to get a priority. And while everything was locked down, it was bottlenecked. So I completely get that. It's almost like a waste of time. I thought it was going to be a boom for printers. I thought we were going to see a lot of new printers popping up, even if they were small businesses. But I saw even locally a lot of print companies just completely going out of business. I'm hoping that isn't what happened with the one we had lined up, because if that's the case, I basically have to go back to the old one we had planned that was very dodgy for a while and is now blowing me up constantly for our business. So I think their state has just like opened back up again and they're desperate. But I need like assurances that it's going to be on point. Yeah, it's a time frame thing, and luckily everybody is really patient with everything. We obviously have already, it's not like physical extras in the sense that you're getting things other than the book, but now like we upgraded things. So there's the premium edition that's still black and white. There's the newsprint edition. We'll have enough copies to where anybody that got the premium edition can also get a newsprint copy thrown in with it. Anybody that got extra newsprint copies is going to get them. When Kayla was in town, we bagged up all of the Alterna bundles. So if you got one of those as an add-on or just that tier, you'll be getting those. I think there's only like 2 people that did that. Your boy Zach did the Sweetcast reaction that pointed out that even if the entirety of comics, mainstream and indie altogether, are a drop in the bucket to most printers. Yeah. That's the whole thing too, is like you're very rarely, I don't think it's the case ever, where you're dealing with a printer where comic books is the majority of their printing. The other thing too is I really like newsprint because it keeps like work and money here in the States. Like it's not going overseas. Like Print Ninja has got to be a fucking mess now. I feel bad for anybody going through them. I can't even imagine what like the custom fees are and everything. It's like, I know there's a lot of guys who printed in like Taiwan and shit, and you can't even like say that's a country anymore. It's weird shit, man. Really, really weird shit. Comics behind the curtain is always in a strange place, but no one's focus is ever really on that. That's the funny thing. I think that's why the CG stuff early on really fucking set off the industry pros. It was not like looking away from all the fucking weird shit that happens in all the dark corners of the industry. What's up, Simon7? Newsprint special. All my childhood memories are on newsprint. Yeah, when I was a broke little kid, like one of my fondest memories, I mean, I used to just go buy newsprint comics all the time because I was a broke ass kid, and you could get like the shop near me had like 10-cent and quarter bins when I was a kid in the 90s. But we went to Wildwood, New Jersey, which if you've ever been out there, has a gnarly boardwalk. And we went out there. My dad took us and his girlfriend at the time, and I went with my little brother, and they had this awesome arcade, and it was like 50 or 100 tickets at this arcade, and you could get just like a Mylar, like a heat sealed Mylar bag of 5 random Marvel or DC comics. And this was like, I'm pretty sure it was the it might have had some Dark Horse stuff too, because I'm pretty sure I got like some Alien comics, some Alien versus Predator stuff, tons of Transformers comics all the time, random just like Marvel issues. They looked like reprints or something, or it was just like overstock that somebody was obviously taking and bagging up themselves and just heat sealing them. But they were really cool. It was like I think it might have been 100 tickets, but we would go there and you could play a couple of games and basically spend like $1 in quarters playing games and win enough tickets to get a bundle of these comics. So you could go play games and basically for like every $1 you spent, if you were good at games at the arcade, you could win enough tickets to get a shitload of comics. And I remember we were down there, I think for like 5 days. It was like 4 nights, 5 days. And my dad at least had a bunch of shit planned, and we went and did stuff, but like every day would end with me and my brother just going down to the arcade at the boardwalk to play games and hoard our tickets together and buy a bunch of bundles of comics and then go home and split them up. The good old days. Yeah, man. What's up, Benjamin Soto? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, man, that takes me back. That's the kind of stuff I really want to do with Death Curse eventually. I want to be able to do weird blind bags and stuff like that. It doesn't even need to be like X-rated variants or anything like they do in comic book shops to black bag them. I just think it'd be cool to do like here's a turbo gory cover for our new horror series, and we're gonna black bag them, and only patrons are gonna get them or something like that. I'm gonna start doing shit like that as it grows. Oh my god, red dress. What's up, Chris? Welcome. Yeah, it's like I said, we're constantly just feeling things out, figuring things out, fielding feedback from the dudes and you guys. You don't need to be a patron for us to be appreciative of your feedback. I want to know if you think the books suck. That helps us. Sometimes that helps more than letting us know you love the book. Let us know what you don't like about it. You're not gonna hurt my feelings. At least enough to make me not want to talk to you anymore. We can disagree and still be friends. That's what this channel's all about. What is up, Luke? Good to see you, dude. I'm just hanging out, having some drinks, going over all the shit we've been doing. I've been saying this for like a month straight, but I'm really close to the end of this goddamn screenplay, and then I'm gonna post a big section of it to start, and then I'm going to have to wait until the studio gets back to me before I can post the full thing. But as soon as I can post the full thing, I will get it to you. Ashen, the annual payment thing is on my list of shit to figure out this week, so I'm trying to get that figured out for you. That would be a wacky pain in the ass, because that opens me up to other people wanting to not be a Patreon and just pay for it. And I don't. The nice thing about Patreon is that it like keeps things organized and concise on the back end, so I know who I have to send what, and I'm not forgetting anybody. Have too many plates spinning at once, but I am trying to get the annual pay figured out because that is supposed to just be a feature by now, and it's taking forever. It said we got clear. Excuse me. It said we got cleared for it when we hit like 10 or 12 backers, which was months ago now, and it just hasn't been working for whatever reason. Yeah. Let me see really quick. I gotta get integrated apps and shit for all. There's so much to this, man. Yeah, I don't know. Gotta keep that back end organized, especially at those kind of clubs. Yeah, man, it's fucking too much to balance all at once. It's a real pain in the ass too, because like we were talking about fucking being prioritized, man. Patreon does not give a shit if you aren't making them any money. They're like, you make us like $5 a month, kid. Fuck off. And I'm like, oh, great. Thank you. The fuck was that? Sorry, I'm just reading this really quick again. What the fuck? Yeah, it doesn't have annual activated now. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know, man. That's the thing about all these services. I would wager, unless you're making them bank, they're not going to give you any kind of priority. Yeah, that's exactly it. We are not even a drop in the bucket for them, which is kind of a hassle. Fucking Patreon. Yeah, for all the good they do, there's always something fucking goofy with it. But yeah, I'm trying to wrap up the Copenhagen screenplay and everything. Get that out to the guy we're talking to for the lead, who's in the Philly area. I'm hoping maybe late October I can get up there to shoot some test footage with him. If I can do that, that'll also be going up on the Patreon at some point. We're really pulling for essentially get this script to, or get this studio to give us the money to produce the script, like I said, with no names. And if that's the case, we potentially already have our lead. He looks the part. I think I can mold him into the right guy for the part. There's not a lot of dialogue. It's very over the top, but weirdly reserved script. Like a modern sort of horror western. I'm still in between real jobs, and I'm only able to back campaigns doing odd jobs. That is pretty crazy, but I guess good on you for still backing campaigns, you madman. Hopefully you aren't out of work for too long, man. I know how much of a pain in the ass that can be. Have been considering doing a Patreon. Yeah, it's just, keeping something steady, man. We'll figure out something though, Ashen. Like if you just want the ash cans or whatever, like I said, I don't think the dudes are gonna have a problem with the extras being open. I'll just have to make a list for people who aren't patrons that are interested in that kind of stuff. Because Adam Lawson also hit me up and basically said the same thing. He just wanted the ash cans. I know some people probably don't want to keep up with a million different Patreons and podcasts and shit like that. I don't blame them. People can come around someday when we have 100 episodes up. We just broke 20 recently on that, and it's a lot of nonsense. Joking around about comics and bullshit. Shitting on movies. We're hoping to get more guests on for that soon. Yeah, hoping to get some more guests soon. We really cracked the nut on the animation stuff, so I'm looking to get that going in the near future with Pedro. That's going to start out as just little shorts. I've been sketching, working on the style and everything to hand off to Pedro. Trying to do just something really simple, kind of like Rick and Morty-esque without being too derivative. We just want something where the stupid jokes and shit can shine, and it's not really about all the character work. But we got a great setup for it. It's sort of a shared world of stupid bullshit. We already have some guests lined up to do voice work. Hoping to get a couple comedians involved that I've been talking to already. Some of the headshot dudes will probably do some voice work on it. It's going to be a good time. And I don't think any of you dudes will really be expecting it. Some of it is sort of retooled, fleshed out bits from the podcast. Some of it is all new stuff. It's sort of an action comedy series that'll start out as just a bunch of animated 1 to 3 minute shorts on the Patreon, and I think we'll eventually collect them into edited episodes without ruining the whole idea. They'll be able to tie together. Yeah. Kind of like a sketch show that all takes place in a set world. Yeah, we would we'll eventually probably be opening up to like actual casting calls and stuff, Luke. When we can, like pay people better and things like that. Right now, a lot of it is just going to be on like me, Jeff, Ryan, and Kayla getting slutty in the vocal booth. Luckily, between me and Jeff and Ryan, we can do a decent amount of really fucking dumb impressions and things too. So it'll be a good time. Yeah, I want to talk more about that, but there's so much development to be done ahead of time. Kind of need to introduce the character that ties it all together, and that'll probably be the first bit. Is like I wanted to do the sped one, but the first bit will most likely be like the character intro for the main guy who holds the whole thing together. It's really fucking dumb. It's gonna be fun though, and another reason to back the Patreon. That was the other thing that I couldn't remember earlier too, when I said all the money from the Patreon has been going to like things in development. Some of the money is going to be going to Pedro to do that first bit once we have the characters locked in and everything. Like I started on the sped one too. I have to do like a cartoon Dennis Hopper and Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock and a retarded guy. It's really weird. Oh, Hans is going to join us too. Look at that. He took a drunk nap. Yeah, how's everybody doing? There's a better question. Been fucking ranting about all the shit I've been doing all day. What have you dudes been up to? I was so busy all day, I forgot it was fucking Saturday. That's why I'm streaming. It's like, it's the weekend. Let's party. Any kind of monster or something like that. Yeah, I definitely have ideas like that. So, monsters, no problem. What's up, Rusty? Good to see you, man. Every time I see you, I just think about how much I want to travel to Japan, and then I remember that travel is damn near impossible right now. Can't fucking keep up with it anymore. I think we have 16 or 18 patrons now, thanks to all you dudes. Very fucking cool. It's gonna be a big busy couple of weeks. Once I finish those wax pack orders too, things will get back on track, and I'll be able to start really producing the fuck out of stuff. Maybe we'll do a video or something on how I do those. Show you guys the juice. I doubt many people even want to do it, though, because it's so much fucking work. I'm just a nutcase. I had to open the comic shop yesterday, and today a weekend spent in the comic shop. Can't complain. Yeah, that feels like the inevitable outcome for me is like I'm going to become a gay old man, and I'm going to just open a comic shop, like a comic and coffee shop where I just hang out all day, high, and do nerdy shit. What's up, Hans?
How's it going?
Not bad. How was your nap, buddy?
I set an alarm for an hour, and I was like, let me just try to join this stream. Just try to have a little drunk nap, see if I can recover a little bit. And I did, so I'm good.
Yeah, right. You sound great.
Did I just hear you that you want to do like a view SQ type of thing? Hopefully that's not going to kill your creative bones like Kevin Smith.
No. Like it would literally like it would be exactly what I'm doing now. It would just be like a place where it would force me to be like more openly sociable again. Like, there's just fucking jack shit going on around here now. Like, even with my most of my like friends around here have kids and are like married and shit now, and just have no ambition to do anything out of just like be like a homebody and have a family. And then they'll all like go out once a month to like a club and get loaded. And I'm like, I hate going out clubbing. And I like the only time I'm feeling good is like I'm fucking making shit, or I'm out doing something with other people who want to make shit and are into the same kind of shit as me. Like, that's the only reason I still love like comic conventions and film conventions, is like, oh, at least there I know I'm going to run into a bunch of people that are like-minded and are there for the same fucking reason.
I work with a bunch of young people, and it's always every Friday, because I work Monday to Friday, and they just go like, yeah, let's just get together and drink. Let's go to some bar or whatever. And I'm 35, so I'm kind of like, that's like the worst thing you can ask for me. Just go to like a young people bar and try to enjoy myself. It's like, that doesn't, no.
That was working at the movie theater for me. At like 25, I like could barely grow a beard or anything, so I still looked like I was 18. And all these kids that were like right out of high school would just be like, dude, you got to come by. I'm having a house party this weekend. My parents aren't in town. It's going to be fucking rad. My older brother's buying me liquor. And I'm like, hang on, how old do you guys think I am? Like,
yeah, I get that a lot, because I look younger. Like, I don't look 35, but just because I wear a hat and I dress like a child. Like, I wear shorts always and like tall socks and just whatever graphic T-shirt I can get from my closet. So most people think that I'm like 20 something, and then as soon as they learn that I'm 35, it's like, oh, I thought you were in your 20s. And it's like, yeah, I'm miserable and old. So my appearance doesn't really fit what my personality is at all.
Beth just looks like she's like my nurse or handler. Like, I look like a special needs guy when I'm out and about. Everybody just looks like me like a crazy person.
Let's go do shots of Jaeger. And I'm like, I've done that, and I can't even smell it because I did it so much when I was younger that now whenever I smell Jaeger, I just want to throw up. So I can
still do it. That and whiskey are like fuel for me. Like, if I'm gonna have a wild night, that'll be it.
No,
comics hermitage. Yeah, I'm the most online hermit ever. Like, it's weird because I'm like, anybody that's met me at cons or anything, or my publisher Peter knows, like, I'm a super was extrovert. Like, I fucking love people, love hanging out with people and just talking and getting fucking nerdy, which is why I can do the streaming shit no problem, podcasts and everything. Is like, I can fucking talk all night. But like, I also don't mind just like being in my house writing all fucking day long and not interacting with anyone.
That's the thing. Like, if I do go out and if I have to talk to people, like, I'm like, fine, I can handle it, but I just choose not to. Like, I prefer to just, if I'm gonna drink, like, I'll just stay home and spend $20 and get hammered instead of, going out. I have to spend money to get there. Sometimes you have to pay cover to get to a place that I know I'm not going to enjoy. I know I'm not going to like the music, because the music that I listen to, you can't hear it here in Costa Rica. Like, everything is either like Latin rhythms, which I don't like because I'm too whitewashed, so I can't dance for shit. So
you're the guy who looks like a tourist on the dance floor.
Yeah, I'm just in the corner, just judging everyone, because I'm like, I fuck you, because I have to
get loaded, and then I can, according to my girlfriend and some other people, I'm not a bad dancer, which is why that's the only reason I'm like acceptable at weddings, because I don't have like a switch in my brain that tells me like not to get loaded and just be like my absolute unadulterated self in social scenarios. Because I genuinely just don't care. I'm like, you either are going to be like, all right, I like this dude, or fuck this guy. So I'm just like, I'm not going to like change myself for anyone. And that amounts to me getting pretty loaded sometimes, and a lot of weddings where I probably would never be invited back for anything. I evidently ended up getting out on the dance floor and redeeming myself. There was one early on, and me and my girlfriend dating, she had to load me into the car, unload me from her car, and carry me up a flight of stairs. I was so loaded, and I am not a tiny man.
Yeah, no, my girlfriend's skinny, so she would probably just she's like a third of my size, so she would probably just leave me there.
Oh yeah, my girlfriend's tiny as fuck. No. I woke up in the morning all fucked up because she had just like one arm dragged me up a flight of stairs. I was like, I don't know how the physics on this worked of you getting me up a flight of stairs, but I definitely feel it on like half of my rib cage and one side of my face.
Yeah. Yeah, no. My problem has always been that I can't work both parts of my body. So like from my waist down, I might be dancing, but if I'm dancing with my legs, my torso is not moving at all. And then
pat in the head, rubbing the belly.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, move your arms. And I'm like, okay, so I start moving my arms and my torso, but then my legs don't move at all. And that's been my entire life. And it sucks because like my brother, my dad, and my mom are really good dancers. And since I was like 12, because that's a thing here, they've always tried to help me or like teach me how to dance, but it's always like I can't. Like I'm very uncoordinated when it comes to that shit. So even when I'm drunk, like I try to do like the white people dance moves, so like the shopping cart or like the lawnmower or like just dance moves that don't actually take any skill to do. Yeah. But
just busting out the classics.
Yeah, so I'm not a dancey type of person. So if I just go to a bar, like I'm funny and I make jokes and I'm like loud, but I could never get into like the dancey thing. And if you go out here, like everything is like Latin rhythms, like reggae or fucking merengue or salsa and shit. And I'm just in the corner, just drinking, judging everyone because I can't do it.
Me and my girlfriend have like our own language because my sense of humor is too much for her college friends. So there's like a limiter where like she'll just like give me a look and I'm like, okay, don't dip into the pedophile jokes tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. What, rape is not funny. No one thinks rape is funny. It's just like, well, all right.
I remember we went to some nightclub the first time I ever went down to Orlando. Like basically I met her, we like grew up in the same town and everything. I moved away, graduated high school, moved back to my hometown, like re-met her. We dated for a little bit, but then she was finishing college and going off to the college program at Disney, and her family had a house down in Orlando. So she moved down there, stayed in that house, and it was just like, well, long distance relationship is fucking dumb. Really like you, but like take it easy sort of thing. Right. She went down there. We both hated it. She ended up coming back like a year later, and we were dating again. And we basically were like talking the whole time she was gone. But
wait, did you say Disney College?
It's a college program where basically like you can still be in college or be finishing up college, and it's like a program you can finish afterwards where it's just slavery. They take in college-age kids to work for shitty wages. Like, they get a lot. It's more so overseas people, and that's how they do at Epcot, how it's like, oh, Epcot's full of young, hot Italian women in Italy, and then young, hot Canadian girls in Canada, and that's how they are, like, it's like a job placement and how they get people. It's like, come over here. You're guaranteed a job at Disney. This amount of hours. I don't know if it's union or not, but it's like a set amount of hours. You know that
Probably
you're working.
Not, yeah.
And if you're still in college, I think it can sometimes count for credit depending on where they place you. It's really fucking weird though. She just ended up at like Journey into Imagination, which is like the Figment the Dragon one. They blow like smoke in your face that smells like fucking grapes and all sorts of weird shit. And it's just like your imagination's crazy. And then they tell you at the end, it's essentially like, all the smells you were smelling is just your brain like playing tricks. It's actually all these like strange chemicals that aren't like, it doesn't actually smell like grape soda. You just smell grape soda because your brain's all fucked up. It's like,
Is that the
whoa.
movie with? Is that the movie with the Green Dragon that was like live action
No,
animation?
no, that was like Pete's dragon or something. This is like
Right.
an old purple dragon that was like hand animated. I forget what it's actually from originally. Here.
Yeah, I remember being 12 and going to Disney in Orlando, and I was like, this is bullshit. Like even at 12, I was like, I want to go to the Wolverine and the Spider-Man roller coasters. I don't want to fucking sit around with like Mickey Mouse shit.
Yeah. I just remembered the fucking point I was trying to make. I had gone down there. They brought me to a nightclub. Like the night. Or no, this was a different time. This was the first time I was down there. So we went to the gay bar the second time I was down there. That story I told you the other night.
Right.
The first time we went down there, I forget, it was called like iBar or something, and I like the whole time I thought it was like literally owned by Apple or something. They were just aping the entire, like, it was if you turned an iPhone into a nightclub. It was the weirdest shit. It was like all like minimalist metal paneling, and then just Jamaicans and Haitian dudes everywhere. And we went with her roommate Melissa and this dude Joel Shaun, who I think is also like half Haitian. Dude's actually like a professional dancer. He danced on like a couple of big pop stars tours. I'm pretty sure, like
Joel Shaun, is that what you just said?
Yeah, it's crazy name. He's
Sounds Chinese.
Yeah, he's black dude. I think half Haitian, half just like African American, I guess. Dude's an insane dancer though, like literally like used to get paid big money to fucking dance. And I wasn't told any of this ahead of time. I'm just like pre-gaming, getting loaded at the house. And then we go out with him and he's like, really funny dude. We were down there. I couldn't get weed anywhere. And literally we're like outside the nightclub and he just dropped a giant bag out and was like, we're getting crazy tonight. And I was like, all right, Joel Shaun's a cool dude. And I'm like 22 at the time, so I'm just completely fucking reckless, like absolutely loaded when we walked in the door. They probably should have like turned me away. I was so loaded.
Did he hand you the bag of weed with like the robot dance? Just like,
Yeah.
here it is.
Just spinning like Eddie G from Tekken. Yeah, no, he was legit doing shit like that once we got inside. Like, he got out on the dance floor and was just like break dancing all over the place. One of those dudes that takes his shirt off.
I hate that. No.
Man, I was like, it all of a sudden felt he was just like a human strip club. He turns any nightclub into ladies' night, and just like everybody else is like, no one else is getting laid tonight. Like,
yeah.
Like all the women are gonna wait around like sharks to eat that dude. Like,
just a circle around him and he's just dancing there. He's just like, yeah, I'll just keep drinking, I guess.
Yeah, so I just like
fine.
me and Beth went and hung out in like one of the sidebars and just got drinks, and like a couple of her girlfriends kept coming over and I just could not stop making inappropriate jokes. That was where I learned they had like shitty like trivia on the TV the whole time. That's where I found out Christopher Walken originally read for Han Solo before they landed on Harrison Ford.
Oh, wow.
And like the rest of the night, I just could not stop talking about how much better Star Wars would have been if we got that movie. It's like,
just autistic Han Solo.
If I ever just made a fuckload of money, that would be like I need this to happen. Like, I'm shocked Funny or Die never tried to do anything with that. Just fucking like green screen him into all the old Star Wars movies.
Is he still acting? Like, he's old as shit now, right?
I think he's still in some stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot to share.
Oh wow,
too.
Yeah, he's 78.
Yeah, but he looks 100.
Yeah, he's
This is that fucking dragon I was talking about.
Oh, that looks really
I guess
familiar.
he was just like the Epcot like mascot. This thing looks fucking like satanic. I love that.
Yeah.
I think it looks evil as shit.
So like an action figure you can buy or something. He doesn't seem to be doing much lately, which makes sense because he's 78. But he's doing a TV series called Severance with Patricia Arquette as the main character. So that doesn't sound very promising. And then there's a show called The Offenders with a bunch of black people and Stephen Merchant in there for whatever reason. So we can probably get him. We can probably get Christopher Walken. Yeah.
Oh man, he would be a wild one. Like if I could produce this movie I'm writing, he would be a fucking wild one to get for the director.
Yeah.
Just leading.
Yeah,
leading the whole show.
I think he's on like the same boat as Christopher Walken. Nicolas Cage, where I used to think that he wasn't good. But then lately, like I've just been getting into his 90s movies and I'm just now all in. Like I'm all like,
have
Nicolas
you
Cage
seen,
is awesome.
I think it's An American Crime or something. Hang on. So Vinegar Syndrome released it. I bought it recently. I had never seen it. I can't remember if it's a fucking insane movie, but All American Murder, that's what it is.
An American Crime is a 2007 movie with Elliot Page and James Franco.
Yeah, no, that's
Ellen. That was when it was still Ellen Page.
Yeah, All American Murder. It was him, Charlie Schlatter, Richard Kind.
Richard Kind is awesome.
Yeah,
I don't know who Charlie.
Oh yeah, no, he's actually like the lead in the movie, and I had no fucking clue what he was. But like this movie, Christopher Walken is fucking insane in it. Like I feel like there's so many people who saw this and then wrote like their hard-boiled detective based on his character in this movie after this. There's this weird bit he's doing throughout the movie about fucking this nymphomaniac chick who was like super horny for cops, and he like only tells like half the story the first time, then he retells the same half the second time, but gets like a little bit further and then tells the whole thing. And it just is like such an insanely convoluted story by the end that it's like he had to have improv this. Like, and it's fucking hilarious. There's also like the way he's introduced is like a guy's like basically like holding someone at gunpoint at a gas station, and he comes in, is basically like, go ahead, fucking kill her. Like he just does not give a shit.
There's a lot of just weird Christopher Walken content. Like whenever he was a guest host of Saturday Night Live, they would just make him do the weirdest type of sketch and he would just kill it just because it would be him. Like one that sticks in my head is one where he plays like the Angel of Death. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but he's just Christopher Walken being the Angel of Death in a hospital. And this was the years when Andy Samberg was in there, so it was like that weird early to late 2000s Saturday Night Live where it still had some creative people.
Yeah,
and he just kills it. Like he's just great by just being that. Or there's the what's it called? The Continental, I think it's called. It's a POV sketch where he's pretty much a rapist, Christopher Walken, and he tries to rape the camera. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but he's like he opens his.
I don't remember that one.
He opens his house and then you come in and then he's pretty much trying to seduce the camera into fucking him by like being Christopher Walken. So I just like the fact that he's just, even though he's been in a lot of really good movies, King of New York is like the first one that comes to mind. And so how when I first started to realize how maybe not crazy he is, but like he's, I guess, distinct acting style.
And
but
you
in
can
that,
tell he like loves acting. That's the thing, was why I never like, I've always been a big fan of Nicolas Cage. Oh, is my internet's fucking up a little bit. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Nicolas Cage, and I never got like all the ridiculous hate, because it's like, he's a dude where even if it's like a shitty movie or whatever, he's still always going crazy and having fun with it and trying to do something different. Like Vampire's Kiss is fucking bonkers. Snake Eyes. 8mm is like one of my favorite movies. That's on my list of like, I almost want to do that movie for your guys' podcast, because I feel like I could talk about that a shitload, and that was a huge inspiration for and that was almost like one of those runoff movies of Seven, which is like something we could talk a shitload about. I don't want to get into it here, but like it's one of the few ones that's kind of like an overlooked gem, just because of like who was involved in it. I think at that point, Nicolas Cage, I don't think, had very much like goodwill left. It was 99. I don't think he was really...
he had like a little low, like his career was going like a little, not doing great.
Fucking Nicolas Cage, Joaquin Phoenix, James Gandolfini, Peter Stormare, Anthony Heald, Chris Bauer, Catherine Keener. It has like a surprisingly good cast. Norman Reedus has a little part in it. And
he kind of sucks though. Can we talk about how he kind of sucks?
Oh, Norman Reedus. The problem with him is he's like the opposite. He has the distinct look, but he's very one note, and that's that. I don't think it's that he sucks. I think it's that he got comfortable and just doesn't need to. Like, if you made Walking Dead money, you don't need to fucking work anymore.
Well, he's the Boondock Saints character for everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what sells, though. It felt like with Walking Dead, they just had him come on set and they were like, be Southern Boondock Saints guy.
That show, fucking Jesus Christ. Because I read the comic before that, and I was really excited when the show came out. And then the first couple of seasons, you can kind of forgive how dramatic and soap opera-y it is. But then I think I stopped watching it in season 4. And then my girlfriend really got into it years and years later. And she was like, oh, just watch it with me. But it's such a typical network show where, you know, we have 20 episodes, so let's just make 5 good ones and then just filler in the middle where it's just people staring at each other with no threat of zombies doing anything for most of the season. Where like I think it's still going, but I've like no interest at all. Then again, like 2021 and zombies, that feels like kind of, I don't know if anyone's still.
We literally did a zombie comic because we were like, it's been so like mined over. I was like, we wanted to do a one shot and genuinely like challenge ourselves to do something interesting. And I think we did, but it was like something where we were both like, yeah, we did what we set out to do, and we would probably never return to this genre again. Like, unless people really love that book and want another one of those, but it's kind of like Walking Dead was like, oh, zombies are the backdrop. It's about the people. And then literally the people story sucks such dick that they fall back on the zombies constantly. I just realized 8mm feels like a 7 knockoff because it's written by the same guy. So I guess it's more like a companion piece. He also wrote Sleepy Hollow.
Oh, that's an odd companion, I guess. Have you seen Black Summer? This Netflix zombie show?
Is that the one that's like weirdly like kind of anthology-esque? Like, Didn't the first season just like follow a bunch of different people and it didn't really tell a story?
It's terrible.
It was like an anthology, but it doesn't tell you it's an anthology. It's just like, here's shit happening.
I think every episode is a different character, but it's just so badly written and badly acted. And when I was up in Boston last year shooting the movie, we put it on, and every extra scene where you see the zombies just by themselves trying to do something, it's just like you can tell that there's no effort in it at all. It's just people running around for no reason, and it's just bad.
I remember
there's a second season coming out, I think.
I remember seeing a couple episodes, and like the effects and stuff weren't like completely dog shit. Like even the CGI stuff they had put in the background was like fairly well blended and everything. And then like it seemed to be color graded decently, but it had that like mid 2000s, everything's going to be like desaturated and really like flat and gray.
To me, I hate saying this, but like as a writer, I hate when something is so badly written that it depends so much on the violence, because the human characters are so stupid that every decision they make, you're just like, that's no human being will make this decision, and it's just a decision that's made so that the show can move forward. This show is exactly that. Every character makes really stupid decisions so that the story can continue, and you're just like, well, I can't really feel anything for any of these stupid characters because they're getting into these issues and these problems with the zombies by themselves. Like, you could easily avoid every issue or every problem that you have with a zombie coming to attack you if you had a brain, but none of them do. So when it comes to someone's about to get killed or whatever, you're just kind of like, well, yeah, you're stupid. Like, this is on you. So why would I feel anything for this guy or have any type of connection? And I feel like that Black Summer show is entirely that, where they force you or they try to make you feel something for the human characters, but every decision they make is so dumb and so out of like a regular human being type of decision that they would do, that you're just kind of like, well, this is, I guess, a cartoon, and I'm no connection at all.
That's why like so much zombie shit just doesn't like fit for me. That's why Walking Dead burnout for me was like, oh, it doesn't even matter like what's logical or what they would do now that they have the strength in numbers. It literally is just like it's like a fan fiction of democracy is what the show turned into, where it's just like, oh, everything's a democratic vote now. And the only drama is when someone decides that it's not going to be a democratic vote one episode. And that's the whole thing. That's the like entire clincher of Walking Dead now, is like, we built a community and we're all going to vote together for what to do. And sometimes that vote's going to go bad. And so we're not going to vote together to figure out what to do.
It's like they forget the setting, right? This is the end of the world. There's no salvation. There's no cops that are going to come save you. So you're supposed to make these decisions for the group or to survive yourself. And then they just make like the dumbest decisions for no reason at all.
What we did was basically like the pitch for it was when the dead rise, bastards inherit the earth. And it's like, it's a cute idea that, regular mom and dad and kids and shit would exist and we'd be able to thrive as a society. But the reality is, it'd be cartels, criminals, a lot of really bad people, fucking really big dick swinging tier 1 operator type guys and shit like that. Like, people that actually kill people for a living and have no qualms with it. I'm like, so what if we did a zombie comic book where it was just like a bunch of evil motherfuckers were the only thing left at the end of the world? And if there are regular people, they're very few and far between, and they're more like a victim or a commodity in that new economy.
Well, it's like, it's the end of the world, so it's pretty much the survival of the fittest, right? So you're not going to have a character that's very weak and meek and just, okay, they're very smart, but they don't use any of their smarts, and all they do is just show their physical weakness, and for whatever reason, they're the ones that survive, and you're just like that. I don't know. I'd rather have a Dog the Bounty Hunter retard, that is just physical and like stupid, but like at least he's able to survive.
Yeah, it has an N-word pass.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I saw that interview today actually, where he's being interviewed by a black guy, and he's like, "Oh, well, I thought I had the pass, and I guess it expired on me, and then no one told me." And he's like, "That's not the right defense to take."
Oh, he's never gonna have the right defense. I'm waiting for him to die so they can study his brain for science. They're gonna find out he was like the missing link the whole time, and he's like a fucking 2,000-year-old specimen. It's so weird before this.
She's her tits are bigger than her legs. It's so weird to think
she's an alien.
It's so weird to think of the age of TV where that show was huge, where it's just like this redneck in Hawaii.
We used to get so ripped and watch reruns of that.
I know, like I used to love that show, but it's also like now if you look back at it, it's kind of boring. Like it's not that interesting, and it's just a redneck calling everyone bruh in Hawaii, where like how big of a crime can you commit in Hawaii that you could get in trouble? So it's
and they very rarely caught anyone.
Yeah, and then whenever he would get them, it would just be like, "Do you want a cigarette, bruh?" Like that was his thing.
It's like a lot of running around, shooting guys with paintballs full of pepper, and then giving them smokes.
And then his little fat wife just being like a smartass, and she's dead now, right?
Did she die? I remember she got cancer. I thought she bounced back from it.
No, I think she died. Dog.
R.I.P. Beth.
Oh yeah, 2019. Yeah, R.I.P. 51.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Jesus. Yeah. I just love that defense of like, well, I was in jail, so I had a N-word pass and it expired and no one told me, so I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to say it.
I bet you in prison they were like, "Hey, yo, dog, no one ever told you had that pass." Like,
he's like, I'm like 32% Cherokee, so I thought I could say the N-word. It's like, is that how that works?
He's like, I'm basically a food dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not like it's red skin, not black.
Yeah, and you've got red skin from alcohol.
And from just being sunburnt in Hawaii.
Right?
Wait, did Ryan say he was going to jump in?
I don't know. Did he?
Yeah, in the chat it says here, should I hop in?
You could. You heathen.
He's still here. Come on, Ryan.
He's always so shy. Shy Ryan. He saw us talking about Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Apparently there's a Puss in Boots musical where Christopher Walken plays him in live action.
Oh my god, he's got like a normal girlfriend now? What the fuck?
What, dog?
His girlfriend looks like, what is it, Tia Leone? It looks like an old Tia Leone. I think that's who I'm thinking of. She's like a 90s chick.
Oh. Tia Leone and her thin lips.
Yeah, good old bird lips. That's what passed for hot in the 90s, though. Right? That's the chick I'm thinking of?
Yeah. We did an episode on the Family Man and the Weatherman Nicolas Cage movies, and in both of them, he has a wife that is just a thin-lipped blonde woman from the 90s or early 2000s, and I think one of them is Tia Leone, and the other one is I don't remember. They look very similar, and the pretty much the gist of those movies is that you're supposed to be happy with your life and not want more. And
that's the best.
In the Tia Leone one, he's like this successful businessman who's like a zillionaire or whatever, but
he trad wife trope.
he wakes up one day and he's poor, but his wife is Tia Leone. He has 2 children, so he's supposed to be happy with that. And it's like, is that, I don't know, like he then wakes up back on his regular life where again he's successful and single and lonely, and he's like, well, I'm just gonna give it all up. for fucking Tia Leone. So it's like that's not.
Helen Hunt was another one of those too, wasn't she? Another like bird-lipped blonde lady.
Yeah. Let's see what's her fucking name?
I think she did like a shitty horror movie a couple years ago, and she got like crazy. Like,
is that where she showed her titties?
Plastic surgery or something.
There's one where she shows her titties where she like fucks a crippled or something.
Helen Hunt?
And it's like, oh, cool, you show your tits 10 years after anyone was interested in seeing them. No? You don't know? You know.
That's an old lady.
The weatherman wife is Hope Davis. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but she looks like a B-list Tia Leone.
Let me see. Oh yeah, she was a mom in a bunch of shit.
She's the girlfriend on American Splendor. Have you seen that one?
Oh yeah,
about Harvey Picar.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in years with Giamatti, right?
Yeah, that one's great. Tia Leone, the one that was married to Mulder.
She was fucking Tony Stark's mom in the Avengers movies. That's a deep cut for the fucking Marvel nerds. Yeah, I'm on her IMDb page. I would have never remembered that. She was in that, what is it, Scenic Doce New York movie?
Oh, yeah.
With the Hoffman.
Yeah, I was watching The Wire today, and that's 2004. And it's really funny to see the type of women that were attractive for 2004 TV that you could never use now because they're kind of frumpy and kind of not the hottest. And you know how now every show has to have like the hottest women in the world to be like the love interest. But back in 2004, you need to be
like a hot 50 or like underage looking 18, which is the weirdest range to be in right now. Whereas like, guess who's hot again? This chick who was hot 20 years ago, or what looks like her preteen daughter.
Yeah. Or someone that's much younger that should not be having sex with our 45-year-old protagonist.
Yeah, like call me by your name. Stop trying to make me want to fuck Timothy Chalamet. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, I don't know about that one. I don't know if that's the one I would pick, Spencer, honestly. But I was thinking more like what's this called? Is it Ring Ring or something like that? Knock Knock.
That one was really bad. That was Eli Roth's wife at the time too.
The Keanu Reeves, where it's just two very young looking girls that fuck him.
Isn't that the arc? Like the twist too is like we're actually underage. We got you. Like,
oh, is that? I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah,
I thought it was just that he was married, so they filmed him.
That's the start of it, and then I'm pretty sure the twist is like, oh, this is the upping the ante in the third act. By the way, we're actually like 16, and you fucked some kids, and I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I was like, what the fuck? This movie's insane, and then it just got more insane as I read into it because it was Eli Roth's wife at the time, and I think she divorced him shortly after that because it was
wasn't she with Ben Affleck for a while too?
Yeah, she's like a model or something.
Just
from
like Spanish
South
or
America.
Argentina or something.
Yeah. Because she was in Green Inferno, which I saw you guys had Dalton on for that, Dalton Pruitt.
That movie's hilarious. That movie's so funny. I mean, it's not supposed to be, I don't think, but I laughed.
I don't know. When I saw it, it felt like it, and knowing Eli Roth being the dude that he is, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the comedy in that was really intentional. I was just honestly surprised at how well it landed. Like that one reminded me of how much I laughed on the first viewing of his Cabin Fever, like the original Cabin Fever. Like, I think people forgot how fucking hilarious that movie was.
I haven't seen that one in a while. Like I saw it when it was released on DVD, which was 2012 or something.
The fucking what the fuck are you doing? Shooting fucking squirrels. Like I love that movie, dude. It was so fucking dumb and weird, and then it got so grisly and over the top. And that's one of his few movies where it actually develops the characters, and you're like, oh, I like these people. This is a good cast. And then it just fucking throws you into the deep end. That doesn't really happen in horror movies now. I've talked about this a bunch, but it's like stuff is written nowadays where it's not written to win over an audience. It's like everything's written to like piss off or antagonize an audience a lot of times.
Well, it's either that or the Mike Flanagan horror too, where it's just like, oh, you're supposed to feel bad for this character, and this character is so sad.
I don't even know how to classify that stuff. It's not even like dick sucking fan service. It's this weird like it's like guilt porn.
Mm-hmm.
Like where torture porn was big in the early 2000s. Now it's like all ghost things are like sad ghosts who died horrible deaths, and we should feel bad about it.
It's like this ghost just killed 5 people, but you know what? They were sad when they were alive. So poor
Ryan,
ghost.
are you coming in here? He's still in chat commenting.
The poop scene. Ryan, are you talking about the diarrhea scene on Green Inferno where the girl is just shitting and then the little Indian boys are just laughing at her? Because that was one of the ones that made me laugh. My second favorite scene from Green Inferno is when the Alejandro character, like the Latin American character, who's a terrible actor, he's just jerking off. Yes, and then he's jerking off and like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I just need to,
I need my post-nut clarity, man.
Yeah. And then they start choking him, and he just starts jerking off harder.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh my god, they read my mind."
Yeah,
he's like, basically like, "This is the closest to heaven we've ever been." Is he a shitty actor or the greatest actor ever?
It's difficult to say when you have an actor that sounds like that. I'm very biased when it comes to Latin American actors that don't even try to speak English properly, because I tried so hard when I was younger. I mean, I know I still have an accent, but when I was younger and I first moved to Canada, and like my biggest self-conscious thing was that I didn't want to sound Spanish. So I tried to like mold my accent to sound a little bit American, like a little not so typical Spanish.
If you guys never talked about where you were from, I would probably never have pinpointed it. I could not fucking tell. And your name being Hans, my brain constantly was like, he's like some sort of weird German region we don't know of. Like, what the is he Dutch? Like
Bratislava or some shit? Yeah, Transylvania weirdo. But whenever I see a character that's supposed to be Latin American and then they sound like that, it's like, all right, fuck you. Like, you can try a little bit to not sound like, especially if
he's the one at the end too that turns into like he's like the new God King. Isn't there like a post-credits scene with him where like he's like picked up on satellite cam and he's the fucking new chieftain?
Yeah, he's got black body and orange face.
I thought that was so funny because I was like, that guy was easily the most ridiculous part, and that's one of the few things in like a horror movie where if your accent is so bad, I can't tell what kind of accent you're trying to do, and then the movie also goes out of its way to never specify where the fuck you're from. I'm throughout the movie trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with your accent, and I'm thinking more about that than what's going on in the movie for whatever reason. And that movie genuinely had a scary part for me early on. I don't know what it is. I have never been able to handle plane crashes in movies. And that plane crash scene, they actually shot it really well, because that's like on the ground, and that log that comes through and smashes that dude, that's like an actual prosthetic gag. Like, that's not like faked. They just had like a landed plane and put a fucking log through the window and crushed a rubber body. But it looks great, and it's like really fucking grisly.
Well, that's one of the best things about that movie. The graphic violence was really well done. where you're kind of like you're kind of squeamish. I guess because we were trying to do a kind of a Holocaust type of thing.
Yeah,
right?
it's like a cannibal tribe trope. Like it's and then he does a good job with it. They're always shitty movies. I can't think of one off the top of my head to be like, now this is like a top notch. Like Cannibal Holocaust is only appreciated because of all the like lore and controversy surrounding it. It's not.
It kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's not really like a good movie, and they kill an actual turtle in it. It's just like a bummer, like the actual bad shit they did that about it. I'm like, I don't get bummed out about much, but you literally killed like the most defenseless animal, and I think they like smash a monkey at one point, and it's like
monkey head.
Yeah, the monkey is like a local tribesman, so that's one thing. But the turtle is like one of the dickhead like white actors just decided to kill a turtle for a scene, and they like actually do it. And you're like, oh, you guys are dicks. Like,
well, the best example of that type of thing is Roar. Have you seen Roar?
Oh yeah, that's the one with all the fucking lions and shit that you guys, dude. Oh my god.
I mean, no one kills any animal because the animals are just wild, and they are the ones that actually injure the actors. But
just
that movie,
tossing people around like rag dolls. Oh my god.
That movie's just like anxiety written, just because, like, if you know that it's real, like if you know that they actually went there and shot with real lions, and a couple of the actors got really seriously injured. You see them with different eyes. You're kind of just waiting for something awful to happen, and then there's a couple of scenes there where one of the guys is like left bloodied by one of the lions. So you're just kind of like, all right, well, the anxiety from watching all that is different than when you see something like Cannibal Holocaust, when you know that most of it is fake and it's just played for, gag.
And like, I couldn't believe people didn't know it was fake when it came out. Like the fucking, it's got that like tomato juice looking blood and shit like that. I'm like, literally like 1 in 10 people have to have seen somebody like bleed before. Like you've never seen human blood. Like, the fact that people would see shit on camera and be like, oh, this is wonky as shit. Like,
was it 70s though? When did that movie come out?
Yeah, it was 70s. I'm pretty sure like earlier 70s, maybe like 73, 74.
Oh, 1980. Well,
really?
Okay. But I don't know. Because if you look at something like The Exorcist too, like I saw The Exorcist when I was much too old to be scared by it. So it never really had that effect on me where I would just be like, oh shit, there's a girl being exorcised or whatever. Like it was mostly like, oh, this is kind of goofy, kind of silly. But I understand how if you, on those times where, no internet, not much information other than what you would get on TV, I guess. And then you see something as quote unquote shocking as that, you would believe it, especially if it's presented in the way that movie was presented, which is as real. But seeing it, it's like Salo, right? You see Salo now, and you're kind of like, oh, well, this is kind of silly, and it's a bunch of men eating shit. Why would you eat shit, right?
Yeah, it was a weird fucking movie. I had a friend show me that, and like, I think late in high school, and I was just like, why did we watch this?
Yeah,
that's. Like when you guys covered Roar, I remember watching that episode, and I think you watched most of the movie like on stream. And by the end of it, I could not fucking remember what the movie was about. And I was like, if like the anxiety and everything you were talking about was like the objective the director and writer were going for, then like you nailed it. Great job. But I was like, that was one of the fucking weirdest experiences.
Yeah.
To just witness people basically get mauled or almost mauled by lions for like 2 hours.
And the worst thing is that the director, like all their lions, I think that he owned all of them. Like he had like a sanctuary or whatever that he bought. So the idea of the film was to show how these lions are like not that dangerous, but then you see the movie and it's terrifying how close everyone is to just getting mauled by a lion. So it doesn't really work.
We can say we almost died and that no one died. Yeah, lions are harmless and at least no one died.
when it comes to Salo though, like I did a podcast with Lores, the Kino Corner here in YouTube, and he's very passionate about that movie. And I remember that at one point, it was just me and him talking because Lores went to the bathroom or something, like he always does. He just leaves me by myself.
He went to compose himself after talking about a weird ass movie.
I'm just like, yeah, that Sailor movie kind of sucks because it's just, people eating shit and like being violent or whatever. It's like, okay, that's fine, but it's not really shocking in 2020 or 2021, whenever it is that we recorded that. And then this guy, the Kino Corner, started just talking about how it's a reflection of like whatever government in Italy was happening at the time, just trying to like explain to me the politics behind the movie or whatever.
Like,
and I was like,
symbolism of it.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, that's cool. It's still just a bunch of people beating each other up naked, and then a guy eating shit.
Yeah,
so fine.
I don't care what the guy eating shit means. I only need to see it once.
So it's like, okay, well, I get it. The rich are evil, and poor people eat shit, but that's literally a guy eating shit. So I don't know what am I supposed to enjoy out of a guy eating shit. Yeah. So to me, like I don't know, like a lot of my problem with older movies like that is that they're very much in the nose, and a lot of the time, because nothing has come out like that, the controversy that they caused at the time,
that's like Serbian film. Did you ever watch that? Yeah, so that got talked up by so many people, and I thought it was going to be like a legit, like, and it's literally just like push your button. Like the first time you see it, you're like, oh yeah, it's fucking gross and fucked up. And then it's like, you never need to see that movie again. It contributes nothing. Yeah. It's just kind of dumb. And that's why I'm like, I'm dealing with similar ideas with what I'm working on, but I'm constantly thinking about like, oh, I don't want this to tread into like corny present day Rob Zombie schlock, but also not tread into like just being senseless violence for the sake of senseless violence.
By the time that it comes to like the baby fucking thing, it's like, well, of course he's gonna fuck the baby. Like, what else is there to do? Like, we're like, all right,
the power creep of like, we've already done so much fucked up shit. There was nowhere else to go. Like,
it's like he's already macheted a woman while fucking her. So I guess
we set the bar with fucking a corpse. Like, it's just like,
it's like, all right, he's fucking a baby. Cool. Like, is there nothing behind that's just a story? All right, that's shocking.
There's people that try to be like, that's sort of like a Dante's Inferno, like you're exploring the 9 circles of hell. And I'm like, well, normally you don't start with the 9th circle and work your way back. Like, you fucking idiots. Like, it's supposed to be a slow fucking build-up.
Well, it's like Human Centipede too. Like Human Centipede had like the biggest promotional.
That still has a weird like cult following. Like people still try to argue that those are like good movies.
It's so bad. Like the acting is so terrible. I couldn't get into it because the acting is so like the German guy is so bad that whenever
they sell the later ones off that weird fucking bug guy.
Whenever we got to see the Centipede, I was like, all right, like I'm not invested into this shit at all. So I don't give a fuck if the Japanese guy is eating shit or whatever the fuck happened.
Yeah,
like,
it's also like, it's like a low budget movie where it's like, okay, everybody only has to remember like 12 lines and then we're going to sew you ass to mouth. Like it's it's smart, like in I guess in a technical sense or from a production standpoint, if you have no fucking money, but I'm like, all of those movies could have been like 10-minute short films and had the same impact that they do. Serbian film's one of those ones where, again, I'm just like, it doesn't even need to like exist. There's nothing by the end of it where you're like, wow, that was a poignant, like, this is a fucked up thing out in the world. It was like, it almost by the end of it feels so comical and like everything is like coincidental and like needs to work out. Like there's so many things that need to like fit together for the story to make sense.
It's just shock value for the sake of shock value.
Exactly. And that's why I was like, if you're doing that, it's normally because you're like upping the ante, but like it's all so like lopsided. Like they'll do something really extreme, and then they're like, and now we're gonna rub peanut butter on your balls and let a pit bull lick it off, or something fucking ridiculous. And you're like, okay, but we just macheted a hooker's head off while we were banging her. Like
yeah, I don't care
fuck?
if you're dog fucking is not that shocking after you behead a woman when you're doggy style fucking them.
Yeah.
Now let me just address something. Simeon just said I have the biggest accent ever. I sound like spitting on sellers. Now let me just backtrack a little bit, because I don't have an issue with people sounding Spanish or people sounding like where they're from. My problem is when they don't sound like that and they pretend to sound like that, because I know the difference. Like I've worked in the call center industry for like 7 years. So I know what Spanish speaking people sound like when they try to speak English without practicing it that much. Whenever you see a movie like Green Inferno and you have an actor that I mean, I honestly don't know if he speaks English properly, but he has a weird thick accent that doesn't sound like it's from anywhere. Like it just sounds like a general, I speak a Spanish accent type of thing. That shit bothers me because it's
Mario
like,
Spanish.
Yeah, because I know the difference. So it's like, okay, so let me hear your whatever Colombian or Argentinian or wherever the fuck you're from Spanish. But what they sound like is just like a generic Spanish, so that you don't really know where they're from, and it's just like kind of broken English, but not really. That shit bothers me because it's just like, can you try a little bit? Like, give this guy a nationality and give them an accent that sounds like that, so that it doesn't bother me so much when they sound just like a person that has like a short tongue, like something that's just not that, like no one sounds like this. And that Alejandro character from the Green Inferno is just like, I think he's from South America somewhere, but he doesn't sound like anyone from South America that I've ever met. So it's kind of like I can't connect with that character. It's pretty much like a caricature of like, this is what Latin American sounds like.
It was like a French guy playing Spanish or something. It was really weird. When you were acting in Mass State Lottery, do you like focus really hard and try to like clean up your accent?
No, I just talk like I talk because I'm very bad at faking my accent. Like I just have.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I know there are some people that could just like switch that shit on and off. I wasn't sure if you had like you have an American Hans you keep locked away.
No, I'm not that
You're
talented.
Surprise the shit out of us in the movie.
No,
hello.
Like, my thing is that I when I first moved to Canada, I was 18, and I knew how to speak English because I would write a lot in English, but I didn't really know how to pronounce things. So I was very insecure when it comes to that. So I would ask my Canadian friends, like, is this how you say this? Or like, is this how you pronounce this? So they would teach me. But I also learned English by watching movies with subtitles in Spanish. So I didn't really go to a school at all. I would just mimic whatever I would hear in these 90s or 80s movies I would watch. Yeah. So my accent is a little bit of a mix of that, like a mix of like really Canadian. And also when I moved to London, when I was like 26, like I learned a bunch of works there. And also like, I feel like a little bit of my accent, I know I don't sound British at all, but a little bit, creeped in sometimes, or it comes out sometimes. So my accent is very difficult to pin down because I have so many different influences, and also the fact that I speak Spanish for 90% of the time when I'm here.
Yeah, if you told me you were like Portuguese or even French, like I'd be like, yeah, sure, like it's and like you were just saying, depending on what you're saying, it like will switch around, and I'll be like, you're Spanish now. Like I'm like different words.
I feel like if I was living in the States or somewhere where I can use my English all the time, it would probably sound different. But over here, like my parents speak Spanish and don't speak English at all. Like my brother, like all of my friends, I speak Spanish to them. So I use English mostly to read things online or to write because I can't write in Spanish at all. But when I do speak English, is whenever I'm recording with low res or when I'm here on the stream. So sometimes my Spanish accent creeps in a little bit more, or sometimes I mispronounce words just because I'm so not used to speaking Spanish all the time that it's like a tape that you have to change, whenever you're talking. And
insanity.
And I feel like my accent, has changed depending on where I'm living for long periods of time.
Yeah, learning from Canadians probably didn't help too much either.
Yeah.
The English is fucking all over the place up there. Oh man. It's also like people with Chinese characters on tattoos don't really know what the hell they have tattooed on themselves. Yeah, that's a common thing working in a tattoo shop. We were one of the few places that would like show you immediately. We had an actual like verified book of kanji where you could see like what you were getting, and a lot of them would 9 times out of 10 they'd come in with a picture off of Pinterest, and it was very much like pork fried rice, dumb shit like that. Oh, did we lose connection? My internet crash or Hans?
Yeah, my internet died for a couple of seconds.
I was like, my router says it's rebooting now too, so I might get kicked in a second as well. Oh, I don't know what the fuck is going on. It keeps popping up. I don't know if it shows it for you, but it pops up in the corner like my connection is dropping.
Is that why you're not in camera anymore?
Yeah, I took it off camera because it's like it fucking just beats the hell out of my connection. What the fuck is going on? StreamYard was like, we're optimizing things so less dropped frames and all this shit, and then there's been no optimization, and they just keep adding tons of new features and shit. And I'm like, who just make the shit that like is already here work?
Yeah, it's like weird. I still look like shit. What is your optimization?
Yeah, I'm like streaming on my 8 megapixel phone.
You got noticed by the CCP talking about Chinese? Yeah, that's what happened. The Chinese hacked my power source and killed my power so that my internet wouldn't work, so I can just not talk shit about Chinese people. Have you ever been like in Asia at all? Because China fucking sucks. I've never been, but it just looks dirty to me. And it's fine because I'm like part Chinese, so I can say this. But I went to Japan like 5 years ago, and that place was awesome. But everything I've seen about China just looks like
looks like I've had family that went there, but they went there a long time ago and said where they went was really nice.
Right.
I have literally like no desire to go there. Like,
no,
even if it were the nicest place in the world, the one thing that everybody's always ranting and raving about is the fucking Great Wall, and I don't even give a shit about going to see that, especially after you find out like the hike you have to walk to go see it.
Well, it's the same with like Machu Picchu, right, in Peru. I don't know if you've heard of this place, but it's a place where to see this awesome place, you have to walk for like 6 hours. And
the old pyramid in the middle of the jungle, like
and my fat ass is like, you know what? I can just Google pictures of that place. I don't want to walk for 6 hours. So that I'm
gonna fly a drone out to see that shit.
Like, yeah, exactly. Japan was great. The only thing that I didn't, I don't know if I've talked about this on streams with you, but probably last time. I was really drunk last time. I don't really remember what I said. But the one time I went to Japan, I went to Kyoto, and I went to a bunch of temples and shit. And in one of them, I really had to take a shit, and the toilets had no doors.
Oh yeah, you had mentioned something about this.
Yeah. So it's like, I love Japan. The hotel where I was staying had like a warm seat where you could just sit there.
Yeah, a real bathroom.
It was awesome. You could shit. You could fucking shoot water into your asshole to clean it. That was great. But when I walked to these temples, it was the middle of summer, so it was just humid.
It's the exact opposite.
It was just like I'm glad that technology has come into Japan, because if it was just like back in, I don't know, 1700, whatever those temples were made, and you have to like. My legs are not strong enough to be able to shit in those toilets, if you can call it that.
Yeah, I'm too big a man to be pooping into a little hole.
Yeah,
with an open door. Call me crazy. I can't hold my balance and read like that.
Yeah, well, that's one of the.
That's gotta be that like cultural background of just being like as utilitarian and functional as possible and not wasting time. Like if you have to literally pop a squat, you're probably shitting as quick as possible. But I'm a clumsy idiot. I'd be like shitting all over the back of my pants.
Yeah, it's like I need to read something, I need to play some game on my phone so that I can focus into shitting. Like I don't wait until I'm about to shit. Like
a Japanese businessman just squatted over playing Candy Crush.
Well, what they do, which is something that I noticed in the train when I was taking the train, they just play hentai games on their cell phones, which was kind of weird because you see this
girlfriend.
You see this, yeah, kind of like that. You see all these men wearing suits and like having like their little, what do you call them? Like the little
tiny erections.
No, like suit.
They're satchels like and things.
Yeah. And they would be close to me, so I would just look at their phones because, of course, like it's a different continent. I'm curious about what you're playing.
Yeah, it's not like you can even read what that says.
Yeah, and it's just like images of like hentai and with like credits and things that they had to pursue. It was kind of like Pokemon, but with hentai, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, there's like a billion little like micro economies over in Japan. Like the fucking, was it the pachinko machines and all that? Is that shit still legal over there?
Yeah.
We got a viewer who runs a publisher over there, Rusty, who pops in the chat. He was in here earlier tonight. He runs a little publisher over there that basically publishes like American and independent comics from all over the world, but he localizes them in Japanese. And every time he pops in, I'm just like, man, I want to fucking go to Japan. But I also love getting drunk and gambling, and that's like half of that fucking country's culture.
Yeah, well, I was. I went visit with a girlfriend at the time. She knew Japanese, so I was like, okay, cool. But whenever I wasn't with her, it was terrifying because
was she a weeb?
She was Swedish, so I guess
okay.
she was there teaching English. But
God damn,
it was terrifying whenever I wasn't with her because I don't speak Japanese at all. And Kyoto is not a place that, at least when I went, I don't know if it's like that now. None of the signs were in English at all. So I would get in the subway and be like, cool, I don't know where the fuck I'm going.
Isn't Kyoto also a lot of historical, and then isn't it a lot of suburb and shit too? I didn't think that one was very city-like.
It was a lot of temples and a lot of like regular Japanese people. So there was a Starbucks there. And I remember I went to Starbucks and I was like, cool, I can probably speak English to these girls.
It's not like
here.
Tokyo and shit where it's literally like just like everybody looks like a teenager everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like, was it Shinjuku Center or Square, whatever the fuck it is, where it's like Little New York. It's like their Times Square.
I don't know what that is, but I just remember
you have to have seen it before. It's just like a giant crosswalk.
On Tokyo?
I believe it's in Tokyo.
I don't know. I just remember going to Starbucks and pretending or hoping that they could speak English to me. And then as soon as I mentioned anything that wasn't an item on the menu, they would just stare at me like, no. So I was like, well, fuck. Like I could only order things on the menu and not even try to have conversation with anyone. The good thing about that place is that no one really looks at you in the face. Like everyone just looks down. Everyone's very respectful and no one messes with you. So that was cool.
Yeah, damn right.
But I went to the supermarket and I just remember just being like, well, I'll just get whatever looks familiar. And hopefully I won't be getting like some weird squid shit that they eat or whatever. But it's definitely a place that I would recommend people to go to, but only if you have someone that can speak the language, because there's the little streets and alleyways, like they have a lot of cafes and a lot of little restaurants that are really cool. But if you don't know what you're doing or what you're getting into, and if you only speak English, it's not great.
That's why I'm like, knowing someone like Rusty, I would need to go out and be like, we need to link up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna die out here. Yeah, Shinjuku Square is just this big giant fucking, or junction, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I guess Shinjuku is a ward. So I guess like a borough of fucking Tokyo. Again, I don't know much about Japan, but it's literally like, it's like Japan's Times Square.
Okay.
And it's just like Japanese as fuck.
Can we talk about how Times Square sucks ass, by the way?
Oh, it sucks balls now. The last time I had a good time in Times Square, I think was like 2006 or 7. Me and my cousin were like 16 turning 17, and we drove up there at probably like midnight. We got into the city, and that's when like all the fucking heathens and stuff come out.
Yeah.
Times Square actually gets interesting, but it's like within like a year or two, it was all cleaned up and just boring as shit. Now everything's just like advertisements for really fucking lame TV shows. There's nothing interesting to do there. They don't let like any sort of seedy character anywhere near it now.
Well, it's all that I hate about touristy places, where you just have a bunch of tourist people just taking selfies. I went to New York 4 years ago, something like that, because this band that I love called Bear vs. Shark, they reunited after 10 years of breaking up, and they were playing in New York. So I was like, might as well go there and go to New York for the first time in my life and see them live. And Times Square was just full of like tourists, which I'm not a fan at all. It's just people taking photos of themselves and just being loud and just I guess that's one of the reasons why I didn't really like New York that much, because it's just too many people, and I
oh, Simonon's right. I mixed up Shibuya with Shinjuku. That's what it is. Shibuya is the big crossing section that's like Times Square.
Yeah.
Well, Shinjuku Station is like that, but Shinjuku is just like a they call it a ward of Japan.
I didn't even get a picture in Times Square, even though I thought it would be cool because of all the Spider-Man movies and all the New York movies where they present Times Square as like a cool place. It really wasn't that at all when I went there.
Yeah, do you remember what the ads were up for when you went?
No, not really. I only went like a couple of times for that same reason. Like I prefer to. I was staying in Queens, so I just walked around Queens and just walked around Broadway, and like I walked a lot in New York. But
yeah,
whenever I would go to,
you hit up Gray's Papaya while you were there. Anybody ever take you there?
No, I don't even know what that
or
is.
I think like King Papaya. They're hot dog places that also do papaya juice.
Oh no, papaya juice.
But they're like dirty water dogs.
Papaya makes you shit a lot, and I don't need help with that, so I try to avoid it.
So fucking good though. It's really fucking good.
Well, we have papayas here regular. I live in the fucking Caribbean, so like
yeah.
I'm not gonna get better food up there. So
you can't get shit like that on the regular around here. Yeah, but can you get a dirty water hot dog down there?
I'll just make it. I'll just use our regular. Actually, a regular water is potable, so it's not even dirty water.
Yeah, but this isn't actually dirty water though. It's just it's like a recipe. It's like seasoned water.
Just like a street hot dog.
Yeah, they just call it dirty water because it's New York. I think it's actually originally more of a Jersey thing.
I was single when I went up there, and I just remember being in like 3 different dating apps trying to find some type of company at all, and nothing worked.
Oh, that had to be miserable. Yeah, I can't imagine meeting women in New York.
Yeah, it was not good. Everyone was very upscale, and I was just like, well, I have a very limited budget.
Yeah, you need to be. I was gonna
Because
say you need to be loaded to just exist in New York for an afternoon. That's why I'm like, all
yeah.
these fucking comedians that are talking about being struggling comedians. I'm like, so is everybody sucking dick for like their rent? Like, how does
It's
everybody exist in New York?
like,
There's
you pay $2,000 rent. How are you able to afford that shit? Yeah.
There was a point in time before I met Beth where I had broken up with my girlfriend at the time. And I was talking to my roommate. I was like, we should just move up to the city and like take a shot at just being fucking city idiots, see what we can do up there. And I didn't end up doing it essentially because I met Beth and had a solid job at the time at the movie theater I was working at. So I didn't take that leap, but I'm also glad I didn't, now that I like listen to podcasts constantly and just hear the horror stories of dudes who have been doing it for like 15 years and are like still a dishwasher at a New York restaurant. Yeah. And I'm like,
it's definitely for the best. Yeah. I don't think living in New York is worth all the hassle that you had to do if you want to survive there.
Live in New York and take the train there. A bunch of those dudes are buying houses in Connecticut and shit now.
Dude, I got I don't know if I talked about this in the last time I was very drunk, but the one time I went to New York, I got lost in the subway after I went to a comedy show, and then I got out at like 1 a.m. and I got on the wrong train. I was staying in Queens, and I ended up going down instead of going up. At this time, I had a very shitty old cell phone, and I was just looking at my calendar, just making notes as to what I wanted to do the next day. And I was listening to music because it's what I always do because I'm fucking autistic. So I just remember seeing a homeless man that was sitting on the other side of the train, and he kept like shouting towards me, and I was like, "It's not me. Like I don't like. I'm not gonna pay any attention. It's definitely not with me." But then,
do I know
like,
this guy?
he started walking towards me, and I was like, "What? All right, what the fuck?" And then I took my headphone out, and he's like, "Stop taking pictures of me!" And I'm like, What? And he's like, "I know what you're doing. You're fucking taking pictures of me, you motherfucker." And I was like, "Oh, I need to leave this train as soon as I can because I'm gonna get stabbed in New York at 2 a.m. in the wrong train." So I literally, like, the next stop I got out and I switched trains because I was like, I'm not about to fucking get stabbed the first time that I'm in New York because some crazy homeless man thinks that I'm taking pictures of him to make fun of him.
I thought you were going to say you missed the last train out, dude. I had a friend do that one time because the Connecticut train, it's not like they're just like running trains around the clock back to there. The last one, it depends on the day, but like it's normally around like 10:30 at night when the last one goes out because it's still like a 2-hour train ride.
Yeah.
So like fucking it's pretty fucking brutal, and it's like basically a 2-hour train ride through the sketchiest parts of Connecticut is the only places there's train stops back in Connecticut. Like New Haven, the main one, which as long as I've been alive has always been referred to as Gun Waving New Haven, lovingly by people of Connecticut. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be, but it used to be fucking wild, and that's where like Yale and shit is. Like
well, it's difficult for me because here in Costa Rica, I'm 6'2", so in Costa Rica I'm a giant, right?
Yeah.
If I go to New York, I know that I'm gonna find literally everyone that's bigger than me or like not toddler. Intimidated by my size at all. So when that happened, or when I was walking through Queens to get to my place, I was like, well, fuck, I hope no one even approaches me because I have that third world country mentality.
Smell it on you.
I know, and I have that fight or flight mentality from a third world country where I know I can't fuck around with street people because I'll get fucking. I have a cousin that got shot on his back and is currently on a wheelchair because they wanted to steal his cell phone. And then after they shot him, they saw that his cell phone was kind of shitty, so they just left his cell phone, and he's now in a wheelchair. So that shit is ingrained in my head of like, okay, well, something like this could happen. But usually here,
I would
like I'm
literally never get a cell phone again.
Well,
I
that's
would
the
be
thing,
like, I am never talking on the phone in public ever again.
that's the thing. Like here, I'm like 6'2", so I'm bigger than most people. So it's very difficult for anyone to fuck with me. But over there, like it's fucking New York. 6'2" is like nothing, right? So my fear was that I have that third world mentality of like, well, fight or flight, and I don't really want to fight anyone, so I would just walk quickly to get to my apartment. And I also was renting an apartment that was right in the middle of like a very ethnic area too, and I don't really look ethnic at all, even though I am. Like I don't look.
Yeah, New Yorkers though, they know like the guys that are like, you might be foreign, but you've lived in New York long enough. They know those dudes are like the craziest fucking New Yorkers, which is why you stick out like a sore thumb because you're quiet, you're not looking fucking crazy, and you're just walking through a neighborhood where no one fucking recognizes you.
I'm wearing a shirt of like a metal band or something. It's just like, this
that's
is just
the
a white guy.
craziest thing for how fucking overpopulated New York is. You can walk through like a neighborhood in a certain suburb, and motherfuckers will immediately be like, "Hey, that motherfucker ain't never been here." Like, who's this asshole? And I'm like, how the fuck do they know?
Like, I remember just going to convenience or corner stores and just try to fake my accent to be thicker than it is, so just that I can be like, I'm one of you guys. Come on, like, you know, I'm like you. I'm just like you. And it never really worked. No one really went with it. Everyone could tell that I was just faking the thing, and I was just like, fucking, I'm just trying to not get mugged here. I'm going to Popeyes and ordering with trying to fake a thick accent, but it just sounds weird. So yeah, it wasn't a great time. It's a very lonely
to sound like a New Yorker.
Hey,
just motherfucker!
just trying to sound ethnic of some kind, you know, but I can't. Yeah.
I love Ryan and Kevin just hang out and chat all the time. I can't get them to come on anymore. Elvis died because of Dr. Nick's prescription pad. He died on the toilet, right?
Yeah, he was taking a shit. He died.
And like eating a sandwich, I think, if I remember correctly, or was that just a joke someone tacked on?
It's because 14-year-old pussy has poison in it, and I think he fucked way too much 14-year-old pussy, so he just died.
Yes, as we all know, it's poison. Jesus. The night is young.
Is it?
Yeah, it's only 1 a.m. and it's Saturday. Well, technically Sunday morning now.
I mean, I have one more beer, so I can just get
I was going to say, I got to get another drink, though, and piss vigorously.
All right, go. I'm used to being uncomfortable by myself with Loris, because that motherfucker does that every episode.
Does he leave you alone?
Yeah. He's just like, all right, Hans, you talk by yourself. And I'm like, okay, cool. I have nothing to say. So I'll just pretend. And then I start talking about things that I'm not supposed to talk about my life.
I was going to invite him tonight, but I was like already pretty drunk. And I was like, it's kind of late. I don't know what the fuck that dude does for like work when he's not doing this. So it's like, I'm not going to just bother him late as shit and be like, I'm drunk as shit going live with Hans. And he's also drunk as shit.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'll handle it. I'll just read the comments over here, which I've been ignoring for a while.
Oh, Kevin's got to open tomorrow.
Is that Blast Beat Industries? Is that
we got to do the podcast tomorrow night? If you, Kevin is Count Pagan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's
your best story involving a midget. I don't have many stories involving midgets.
Yeah, I will be back in a few.
There's not really many midgets here in Costa Rica. I think they kill them all before they're born, because I haven't really encountered many midgets here. I've seen a lot of them on TV, so I guess my best midget story is when I tell my mom to switch the channel because I'm grossed out by Little People Big World. So how about that one? I don't really let me see. I don't think I've ever interacted with one of them. And whenever when I was living in Canada, I was like 18, 19, and whenever I would see a midget on the street, I would freak out and just say midget out loud, which is not great. This was over 10 years ago, so I am forgiven, I think, by the midget community. Hopefully, by the midget community. But I don't really have many interactions with. I'm in a country where I don't want to say we get rid of them, but I just haven't really encountered many of them. So I don't really have a best story or any type of story involving a midget. I did have some very short friends growing up, which for Central America, a short friend is like 4'11". But don't know about stories about them. So I'm sorry to not have like a real story when it comes to little people like that. A dude from high school, his mom was from Costa Rica 1 year. His family drove from Houston to San Jose. It took 2 weeks. Yeah. That's poor people. If you're driving from Costa Rica to the United States, it's because you can't afford a plane ticket. And that's very sad. Because if you have to drive for a week, I think it takes about a week to go through Central America and then through Mexico and Guatemala and all those gross countries. That just means that you're poor. So your friend was poor. Let's say Costa Rica is a pure country. Yes. Not really. We have it's a very, like, I am Chinese, German, Costa Rican, and Mexican. So there's nothing pure about that. It's all about like the most disgusting porn that you can imagine. Just a German guy and a Chinese guy fucking a German woman. That's awful. And then you have a fat Mexican jerking off in the corner, and a Costa Rican doesn't even qualify as anything. Like, have you ever searched for Costa Rican porn? Because I have. And it's very disappointing because it's just like white people fucking on a beach or whatever. And it's just like, well, that's not really giving me very Costa Rican vibes. It's just white people fucking on the beach. So it's very mixed. We get a lot of Caribbean food. No jerk chicken, though, which I'm appalled by, because when I lived in England, I would always go to this Jamaican restaurant and just get jerk chicken or oxtail or whatever. I've still yet to find a place that can sell me like delicious jerk chicken here, which is outrageous, because we get way too much reggae and dance hall and all those gross rhythms, but none of their food. So it's just like what are we doing, guys? Like, we're gonna be dancing like Haitians, but we can't eat their food. Do they eat jerk chicken in Haiti? I don't know, but I miss that Jamaican food. I guess that's where I'm going with. Costa Rica now has to apologize to little people for you. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't identify myself as anything. I have no loyalty to any country. Honestly, if I was able to live in the States as a dishwasher, I would probably make more money than what I make here in Costa Rica. So my loyalty to this country is literally nothing. Latin American people are very proud of their roots and are very proud of their nation. I have never felt that. I was born in Mexico. I moved to Costa Rica when I was 8 because my parents were broke and my mom is from here. So we came here hoping to find a better life, which didn't work for 6 years when my dad got lucky and ended up getting a job, not drug related, but import-export related. And then that's how we were able to stay over here. It was a very uncovered country that didn't really have any type of market or any type of import-export type of shit. So we're able to stay over here, but I feel no loyalty to anywhere. So if I was able to live in the States or live in Germany or China, which is where my background is, fine. Like, I would just move anywhere where I can just survive. Here, I make about $4.80 to $5 an hour in the outsourcing job that I work at, where I pretty much do twice the work that an American does in the same company, but they get paid $15 to $20 an hour, and I get paid $4.85 an hour. So it's not the most comfortable life. It's not the best thing you could think of, especially because I've been working 10-hour days, 5 days a week. It's kind of torture, kind of slave labor. But the thing about this country is that you're able to survive with a shitty salary like that. So I guess my dream is to just be able to make enough money where I'm at least making $10 an hour. Is that a dream? Is that how sad my life is, where $10 an hour sounds like a very comfortable life if I'm able to live here, but it's not happening. So my loyalty to my country is non-existent at all.
So I'm back. You want to hear something really dumb?
You're pissed on yourself.
Your life story was great, but goddamn, you've been to like every continent. No, I went to go to the bathroom and I waited outside the bathroom because I'm so drunk. I thought my girlfriend was going to the bathroom, and I forgot we got this house now and there's a second bathroom upstairs. So I waited outside the bathroom for like 2 minutes talking in chat, and then I realized I just drunkenly left the light on in the bathroom and shut the door last time I used the bathroom, and that no one was in the bathroom and my girlfriend's asleep.
What have you been drinking again? What have you been
drinking a bunch of whiskey. Jack Daniels.
Do your kidneys ever hurt?
No.
Okay. Because that's why I stopped. That's why I stopped drinking whiskey, because I would, like, I'm terrible with alcohol. Like, I don't have a.
It doesn't number on a lot of people. It's one of the only things I can like tolerate anymore. The only other thing is tequila, but I've told like everyone tequila is like I'm butt naked, I'll fist fight my mom. Like, it turns me into that's like, I never understood people not being able to control themselves drunk. And then I legitimately got like loaded on tequila one night, and I was like, oh, I could like kill a football team. Like, I'm dangerous with tequila. Like, and that's the one where I have to drink like a handle of whiskey to black out. Cause we would go on like weekend tours when I was the vocalist in a hardcore band, like in my early 20s. We would just do like a show in Mass, show in Connecticut, and then like crash at a friend's house on the weekend. And I would buy a handle of Jack Daniels and finish it over the course of the weekend, just to my face, like while we were playing live and stuff. Cause like we talked about last time, I have horrible stage fright too. So I was like, I'm a big fucking weirdo. I'm not like a pretty dude. And I'm basically in like a really heavy screamo band. And at the time they had a second vocalist who was like the screamy, singy, dancey, skinny jeans dude. And he was like a friend of mine, but like the way I was brought into the band was like, hey, he's like the pretty boy, but he's not really like doing much as a vocalist, and he's the band
growling.
The band's not going anywhere. So I came in and they were like, oh, they got some big angry fucking dude that no one in like town knew or anything. I just like moved into town out of nowhere, started doing vocals in this band that was like somewhat well known in the area, and we immediately started getting recognition just because I'm like a big fucking angry dude. I'd scream my brains out, be like in the pit throwing kids around by their face and shit. But it was also, I'm a big fucking dude, and the scene was all like 90-pound pretty boys and like skin tight, skinny jeans and band tees. And every band we played with for years was just like that synchronized stomp dancing and shit. And I'm fucking screaming songs about being on a ton of LSD and shit like that. And like, I have little kids coming up to me who are like 14 who are like, when are you guys going to have some merch? When's the EP coming out? And I'm like,
is there recordings of this? Is there, can I listen to some
so we were like about to go into the studio to finally record with me on vocals. And our drummer was basically outed as a rampant heroin addict. He got caught shooting up by his mother. His mother is hardcore religious, and he got like sent to a rehab, but it was like one of those bag you in the middle of the night and bring you to rehab things. And it was insane because we didn't even know it was legal. But it was because he was living with his mom at the time, so she was still legally able to do it. He had just turned 18 though, so he's an adult. He got abducted and brought up to like Boston to some like Jesus retreat, anti-doping rehab, and like he got clean and everything, and he's doing great now. But he was like the kind of kid where you couldn't have him around like friends having a couple beers without him going off the deep end. He'd like smoke a joint, and then he needed to drink a couple of beers, and then somehow that escalated to pills and heroin. And if you met the dude, he's like a regular accountant. Like you wouldn't even know he played drums in a metal band, and he was literally like the best drummer in like our area. We had bands constantly trying to steal that dude away, even after he got outed as a huge heroin addict. The people we were supposed to record with, he was so doped up by that point. That was when we figured it out, was he stole the sound engineer's mother's engagement ring. The sound engineer had gotten his mom's engagement ring from her to get refitted because he was going to propose to his fiance or his girlfriend with it. And we were going there just for like pre-production, figuring out sound and shit on just like the guitar tones and stuff like that. And got a call later that night, was like, yo, where the fuck is my mom's ring? And he was able to figure out that our drummer had taken it. Like none of us even knew. He kept it like a complete heroin secret from all of us, but that blew up in our face. We lost like hundreds of dollars from the deposit we had put down to record. We were supposed to record with, I don't know if you're familiar with like the metal scene or metalcore or anything like that, but this band, This or the Apocalypse, their vocalist, Ricky Armelino, ended up being the guy that we were going. That's not the guy who got robbed. It was another guy who got robbed, and he was like, fuck you guys. There's no fucking way I'm recording you now. And we couldn't really like argue that. It's like, yeah, sorry.
So it was just like a shitty like emo metal band.
That's what they were when I joined, and we turned into more of a. It was like tech metal-y stuff. It wasn't really because I never thought I was a good singer. I can sing, but I don't think I'm that good, and I couldn't do.
Let me ask you something. Do you still listen to that type of music now?
Yeah, but it's more refined. I can't just listen to fucking like chuggy bullshit left and right. Like,
so what do you listen to now that will be similar to that type of thing?
I still listen to really heavy shit like Black Dahlia Murder here and there, Dillinger Escape Plan, stuff like that.
Yes, okay.
It's just like it's become more into like the tech metal genres. One of the guitarists in the band got me really into stuff like Tesseract and stuff when Gent was becoming really popular, but even that was something where I can't just listen to it all indiscriminately. It's like something that has to jump out at me. And there's even, as I get older, there's bands where I love like one album or a couple songs from them, and I like can't stand like 90% of their discography. Code Orange, we opened for Code Orange Kids back when they were Code Orange Kids and not just Code Orange. And then they came and opened for Every Time I Die. They're like one of my favorite bands, but even some of their newer stuff isn't like crazy for me.
Not great. Yeah. I their first couple of albums I used to be really into, but I went through like a phase of that type of like hardcore metalcore type of thing. But I recently, like for the past 4 or 5 years, like I've been more interested in like the hip hop, like the creation of like beats and things like that. So I'm done like all the angry, all the teenage angst. Like I feel none of it anymore. And I feel like I understand the lyrics now a little bit more than I did before when I was
that's
my
that's
early
what
20s.
I mean now is like I if it's something I genuinely like it more for like the music and the instrumentation of it and stuff like that. Like I still love a lot of Every Time I Die stuff, but a lot of the stuff that they wrote that kind of feels like performative and like cartoony.
Like embarrassing,
I don't
embarrassing,
like
very young.
Like, what was it? The fucking "Hey girls, I'm a cunt" breakdown that everybody thought was like turbo fucking edgy on the New Black. The new Every Time I Die is weird. Jordan had a kid and shit. Like those dudes are still rad. I'm bummed. Like every year I try to buy the Buffalo Christmas show tickets that they do because they throw a Christmas show in their hometown annually.
Okay.
That's just fucking balls to the wall.
Out all the time.
And that show we tried to get on with them at Code Orange Kids. I've told the story about it on here. It's at this place, the Waterfront in Massachusetts. Like the waterfront you could see in the Gangland episode for FSU. I'm pretty sure it's one of the locations where a guy got like beat to death outside of by that FSU hardcore gang. A bunch of the security at the waterfront was ex-FSU guys and stuff. And like, we were really cool with all of them. Scott Lee's company, Crimson Management, we were talking with them early on about signing with them. And they had like tons of big, like Rise Records bands and shit signed to them. Like all the Skinny Jeans bands you were seeing on Fuse and shit like that. All that like cookie cutter, hardcore, screamo stuff. They promoted a lot of bands like that, booked huge shows. They did the, what was it? New England Metal Fest. If you've ever heard of that, it was basically like Ozfest for like tech metal and hardcore and shit like that. They did that years since.
I went to Sounds of the Underground. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. I've heard of that.
It was like Opeth and Lamb of God and Every Time I Die. Like Hot Damn is still one of my favorite albums from Every Time I Die. Yeah. But it's because like that was very like still kind of punk rocky, like still very like raw. I think it's still it's 20, them still being thrashy, 25 minutes,
which was what I was into, and that was the whole thing. Was we had when I came into the band as a band, we had written like 10 songs right out of the gate over a couple of months, and it was all just really fucking like thrashy, quick, heavy stuff that was really different from what they were doing and was essentially a whole new band. And the band was all cool with it, except for our buddy who was the other vocalist. We got to a point. Actually, I will say, the band was to a point where it was profitable, which I never thought would be a thing. But on a local level, like after the first 3 shows we played, every show we played, we were profiting, and it got to a point where we were like making really good money towards the end, which was why it was like fucking shitty that our drummer fucked everything up. Because, like, we got to a point where we had to stop talking about what we were making around other local bands because nobody else was, like, making money. And that's just my... Like, I have, like, whether I'm autistic or not, I have some sort of, like... I'm good at just talking with people if you get me face-to-face with them. Like I'm a good people person, so I was like, I could market us and sell us. Like if I could get like on the phone with a promoter for a minute, I could get us on all sorts of shows all the time, guarantee that we would be there, set up on time, we would play a set, not go a minute longer or anything like that, and we just built a good rapport with local promoters and venues, and fucking they wanted us to be there. And then we evidently put on a good show for all the drunk people because more and more like regular people would start showing up. We had like regular women that would show up that like we didn't know or anything. These were just like chicks that started showing up to our shows regularly and buying tickets. And it went from us, you know, making enough money to cover our gas to the venue, and like we'd be able to get like a 30 rack of beer that was profitable to us. Was like, holy shit, beer's covered for the weekend, and all of our gas money was reimbursed. Like,
wait, so the reason why it was killed is because your drummer was
and we couldn't find someone that could like replace him because he was like so fucking good. Like we tried out like 4 different drummers, and it just like the whole like energy and vibe of the band was gone. And he was like my best friend in the band. Like we were really fucking close. So it was like it was rough all around just because we lost a friend. And then it was like, okay, we were all about to sign a really big deal. And basically, I think the only person in here that would know of them would probably be Blast Beat. But there's this band, Years Since the Storm. They're another local Connecticut band. I think they say they're from like Boston when they got signed. They're literally from 2 towns away from me. I grew up with the dudes. This dude, Aaron, I know, was their merch guy for years. My other buddy, Ben, designed all of their merch for them. We used to play shows with them. I tried out for them when they lost their original vocalist, and they turned me down because I wasn't like a good enough looking dude. Yeah, fit the part, could do all the vocals. They were talking to a label at that point, and they wanted like a face for the band as well.
Right.
Yeah. Which definitely becomes a thing, and I totally get it. But they inevitably ended up getting this other dude and turning into like a really heavy knockoff of Linkin Park. And they released an album with Rise Records, and then just completely disappeared. The best part of them.
That happened to me here, which is very sad to say, because one of my friends has like a punk band, and I did a rehearsal to be their singer, and he was he told me that I could sing in English, which is not something that most people can do here, but they ended up getting a guy that sang very poppy just because they wanted to get like mainstream stuff, but he was very technical and very like punk rock, trying to do not just regular 3 chords punk rock type of thing.
Artery Records. Sorry.
Yeah, and then they didn't really go anywhere because this guy was very flamboyant and kind of gay. So then the band just broke up, and I was like,
that was the whole thing. Was the best part of Years Since the Storm too. Like their first like 2 EPs before they officially signed. I think the album was called like Gravity or something. The one that they had signed with and got the new vocalist. So they did like it was a viral marketing campaign when that album came out. I want to say around like 2010 or something like that. It was a while ago now. And it was early on when a lot of that shit wasn't like really big and wasn't really like well done. But they actually crafted like a really smart one. And the whole thing was they had done open tryouts for the vocals. Actually, I'll look around for that sometime because I might be in one of those tapes and you can see me like absolutely like every vein bulging in my neck and head, just like screaming like a monster. Fucking they did this thing where the whole idea was they picked the new vocalist and everything. They announced it. They had recorded the album, and they dropped a trailer for it that the album was coming out soon. And Donnie the new vocalist was supposed to go deliver the master to the studio for the album to get released. And they framed it as if some crazy fan from the internet that had tried out for the vocalist contest was pissed that they didn't get picked, and they kidnapped Donnie. And Donnie straight up, like, they smashed his phone. They fucking orchestrated this whole thing. Donnie's own girlfriend was left out of it. She didn't know where he was. And they did this whole thing where I think he was missing for like a week and a half. And it was this whole viral marketing campaign to get a bunch of places talking about how Years Since the Storm's vocalist had been fucking kidnapped by a fanatic. And
no one talked about it.
Dude, it got people talking about it like crazy for a day, and then the album bombed. Like everybody realized that it was bullshit after Donnie came back like a week later, And like the first day he went missing, everybody was like, this is crazy if true. And then he showed up like a week later, and it was basically like he was a dickhead in everyone's eyes. And within a year, like no one was talking about them anymore. And they were fucking huge around here. Like literally any fucking band we had ever played with, every like vocalist, some of their guitarists and shit were like trying out to do vocals for this band. Because everybody knew like they were getting signed any fucking minute, because they had this guitarist, this kid Snapper, who I believe plays guitar for Gift Giver now, which is like a really fucking brutal, like sawing hooker heads off New York hardcore band. They're just like fucking balls to the wall, like grindy New York thrash hardcore.
It's just really difficult for me to take anyone seriously that's still into that type of stuff.
Well, that's my whole thing. That like Goon Squad shit where you're all wearing like the same windbreaker, and like I can't see anyone's face because you all have like your hoods up, and I'm like, if you want to just like look like you're going to mug people all day, cool, but again, it's got to be like a really particular sound now for me to be like, holy fuck, this rocks.
I think by the time I got to 30, all of that angry, like very screamy shit, like I was mostly embarrassed by the fact that I liked that for so long.
Well, you realize you were just like an angry kid because you didn't understand what the fuck was going on with anything. Yeah. You literally were just angry because you didn't understand anything.
Pretty much.
You really have much to be like legitimately angry about when you look back on it, at least with most people. That's my same thing too. I'm like, God damn! I'm like, other than my parents getting divorced, which is like more common than having parents that are still married nowadays. Yeah. I'm like, I was like, didn't really have much to be angsty about. My parents got divorced, and life still panned out to be completely fucking normal. Like
just okay. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like my parents are still together. They don't like each other, but you know they're together. My dad had a stroke and shit, so like he's not very useful right now, but
how dare
it's like I know, right? But it's like whenever I try to re-listen to that type of angry music, it's kind of like, oh, is that what the lyrics were? Like it's kind of like I don't really care about anything that they're saying.
Dude, little kid me thought Papa Roach when that first album came out was one of the fucking heaviest things in the world. I heard Cut My Life into Pieces. When did that album? Was that like 2000?
2000, yeah, something like that.
If it was 2000, I was 10, and that's completely excusable. But I'm like...
Well, I was into like Taproot. Do you know that band?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Taproot was like one of the first shows I ever went to.
Yeah, Taproot was my shit. That and like
it was like Taproot, Drowning Pool, some kind of that was weird too, because those bands would be like they'd be like really like mainstream like new metal bands like that. And then they would also tour with like kind of like butt rocky bands, like almost on the verge of being like Creed. It's like, oh, you've got Taproot and Drowning Pool opening for Seether. And you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Well, Taproot, well, the album that I would listen to, let me see, 2004. So I was like fucking 16, 17 or something. And I was like, yeah, these people get me. And like Trust Company. I don't know if you remember that band. Oh, but yeah, Trust Company
they
was
were,
the one that
they
was
were,
like
they were
very emotional new metal. yeah, very emotional new metal. And I just remember I bought that CD and I was like, every song fucking gets me.
They walked so trapped could crawl. Yeah, Last Resort was 2000, so I was 10 years old when that came out, and 10-year-old me was like, holy shit. That was the same thing with like Linkin Park. I remember Linkin Park, and a Linkin Park album would come out, and within a year I would have aged out of it. Now, like I still have this like soft spot for Linkin Park, but I'm like, no one in their right mind can think back and be like, this was the heaviest shit ever.
Yeah.
Like, I get this. And fucking Chester clearly was a depressed dude. Like, he fucking killed himself.
Yeah, Hybrid Theory was my shit. This is as deep as I get. Yeah.
You're like, this makes me want to put a brick through a window. I don't really know why, but I want to.
Why is this white guy with a goatee rapping? I don't care. This is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a Midwestern white guy and this also Midwestern Asian guy, I guess. A bunch of dudes that look like their parents supported them so much that they just went off the deep end with it.
Yep.
Like,
he's got spiky hair and a goatee. Fuck yes.
Yeah, that's my guy. First, what was it, like One Step Closer? Was that the first one they did where they were like in that subway tunnel? And they all have like neon, like manic panic hair, and it's doing the 90s like acid wash, like overexposure effect that was in tons. That's one of the few things I'm pretty sure 8mm and that High Tension movie that I suggested, both of those I'm pretty sure do some like acid wash, like 90s effects in the like editing of the movie. And that is something where that was purely a music video thing, and then it was fucking everywhere.
Well, if you watch the Blade movies from the 90s, it's pretty much just like an MTV video.
Oh,
like the type of music they use, and it's all just there, like a Linkin Park video.
That's why it feels so kinetic too. Is like it's weird too because it's there's not as much camera movement even in comic book movies today, which is like a strange thing. Like I mean, like you talked the other night, a lot of it's also digital, so they just assume like, oh, we can move the camera digitally later on, depending on the shot.
They also don't have any artists as directors anymore, so I feel like the last artist that was directing superhero movies was Sam Raimi, where he would actually try weird shit and like different things instead of just like mid and close up, which is what we get now.
Can you imagine if they got Scorsese to do a Marvel movie now?
That I can't. I mean, I would love for him to do like a Hawkeye movie because I love Hawkeye.
One thing I think he could legitimately do, and I don't want it to ever happen, but if you're like really familiar with comics, Jim Steranko, this like old school mob dude, did a run on Nick Fury, the character back in the day, who like the one that inspired like the Hasselhoff Nick Fury, like
this wide Nick Fury,
yeah, and he was very much like a classic, almost like a rugged James Bond for America, and he was just a SHIELD agent. And it was this really fucking, like, here, I'll pull up some of the art really quick just because it's such a distinct thing. And Steranko's still around. He's also, he did, if you ever saw the concept art for the Indiana Jones movies.
No. I mean, in my dork, but not that much.
Jim Steranko is the guy who basically got hired to like come up with the look of fucking.
Well, the only reason why I'm saying Hawkeye is because he seems to be like the most down to earth, like the most human character from those Avengers. So it would be interesting to see kind of like a Daredevil type of thing that they did with the Netflix series. With a Hawkeye character, I might be biased because
I think Hawkeye though is someone that like you give that to like Tarantino or someone that can do an interesting dialogue heavy action movie where you can actually give him just like a gritty grindhouse story. It doesn't need to be fucking Hawkeye saving the world from aliens or something. Like just give me a cool fucking Hawkeye street level crime story like a Batman movie or something. But that's where I mean like. This though, Scorsese, like you could do a Nick Fury where it's like fucking beautiful old school babes. He could even make it a period piece, and it's basically like politics and espionage.
Who would you cast as Nick Fury if you were in power, like making the decisions?
Honestly, a Nick Fury for this era would be like really fucking hard. You'd need someone to absolutely kill it. I think John Hamm maybe in like 10 years, like let him get a little bit older.
I mean, he's like 60 now, isn't he?
No, he's not that old, I don't think.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's just like deceptive. I think he might be like 50.
He's 50. Yeah, I mean he's
50. That's not that old
yeah.
now. Like, isn't Tom Cruise fucking like 60 something? Yeah, he's 59.
But Tom Cruise has been playing younger people than him just because he's a little guy. So
I don't know. That's so fucking hard. I'm just thinking of someone that like has kind of like a commanding presence and like a good voice to them, because that's how I've always pictured Nick Fury. But even like Hasselhoff always felt like it was like a no, he feels like it was like an advertisement version of Nick Fury. It didn't feel like the character. But yeah, his shit was just like so trippy and wicked 70s looking. And
how would you feel about like a Walton Goggins Nick Fury?
Oh, he would fucking be awesome. That would be insane. Or if you put him against Nick Fury and put him in like in charge of Hydra, and
just give him a good hairpiece and not such a long.
Yeah, I wonder what he would look like if you like eliminated his 5 head with a good with good hair work.
Because I feel like
you take him what's his face from Justified that he acted against? Timothy Oliphant. He actually wouldn't be bad for fucking Nick Fury either.
Yeah.
I think he has like just visually the look, but yeah, like, and then you make Walter the head of Hydra and fucking.
Yeah, because I feel like Walton Goggins, like, because of his, I mean, I don't know if it's because of his hair, but he's very underused from his capabilities as an actor.
He's so fucking good.
And from the, I don't know if you ever saw The Shield, but he's one of the best parts of The Shield, and that was what, fucking 2016? No, not 2006.
Oh, that was, I was gonna say that was way earlier. That he steals the show in Justified too. If you've never watched that show, man, like pretty much every episode he's in, he fucking absolutely kills it. It's ridiculous. Steranko's just a cool ass. He's like a midget, but he's also like an ex-mob guy who just like left and got into comics.
But you know what? The worst thing about Marvel is that they're never gonna do something like this.
You wouldn't get like an acidy psychedelic fucking period piece movie now without it being corny as shit, like Wonder Woman 1984 or whatever.
Exactly, the most acidy
like a circle jerk for fucking people who don't remember how the 80s actually was.
Like the most like type of like druggy induced type of thing is like something like Wonder Woman 1984, which is just not, it's just bad. Like you don't really want to see anything.
They definitely got weird with what was it, the Legion show? They got a little bit into that, but that was like, for everything I really liked about it, there was equally as much like hipster trash laced in throughout the whole thing. And that had what is it? Is it Dan Stevens, the dude from The Guest? And I really like him. I think he's great. Good. I really like The Guest. I guess he was like in that Beauty and the Beast live action, and he's been in some other stuff since. But The Guest is the one thing I like really like him in. How about the guy from Rome who was the Punisher? Ray Stevenson wouldn't be bad.
It's because the Guest is the one movie where he's not playing like a regular whatever character. He's playing like a kind of a dick. Yeah, you know.
That's also like
a guy with a guy with character and a guy with a personality.
How do you feel about Wingard?
I used to be a huge fan of Wingard. I'm a little off the loop. Since he started doing like this Netflix shit, I honestly haven't seen what's this movie?
Godzilla versus Kong.
No, I saw that. That was fine.
That was a movie.
But it was exactly. I didn't see the anime. What's the anime one?
Death Note.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Once he started making like those. corporate movies, I guess you can call them, I kind of jumped out. But Your Next is one of my favorite horror movies from like the past 20 years. I love VHS.
Yep.
I love VHS.
The Guest. I heard his Blair Witch is decent. Did you watch that one?
I watched it in the theater and I wanted to throw up for like 2 hours after watching it. So I don't have a.
This is a dizzying mess.
Well, it was a very small theater, and it was literally just me. It was when I went to New York. I got popcorn, and the whole popcorn bucket ended up just being filled with my saliva, trying to not throw up throughout the whole thing. So I didn't have a great experience with that movie. But I'm a big fan of like his earlier work before he became like the horror guy that we go to.
Yeah. The craziest thing is I'm starting to realize I think his stuff is only solid when he's with Barrett.
Yeah, Simon Barrett.
And now that Simon's like off on his own and did his directorial debut.
Do you see it?
I haven't yet. It's coming to Shudder, so I was like, I can't get fucking screeners or anything from anyone, obviously, and I didn't really care to look for it anywhere online. I think it comes to Shudder like later this week, so it's like I'll watch it at some point. But it looked like the last thing I expected him to do, and I think he wrote and directed it.
Is that the Seance?
Yeah. And then they announced, I think him and Wingard are coming back together to do the I Saw the Devil American remake.
Which is just completely unnecessary.
Yeah, like a great movie that doesn't need to be fucked with. I also, actually, right after I told you about High Tension, I couldn't find it again, or I would have sent it to you on Twitter, but I stumbled across, it was a thread of people talking to that Timo dude that they just announced was doing Train to Busan.
Though that died too, right? Because the second one was so shit. Did you see that?
Yeah, the second one just goes like full live action anime movie.
God. Yeah, the second one just goes like American people trying to make Asian movies. I mean, I'm sure it's just a Korean movie like the first one, but it just felt so much like whenever Americans try to remake an Asian movie where it's just very much focused on the emotions of the characters other than like what their decisions are. So it was just really stupid, especially after the first one, which is such a good, very contained movie. I hated the second one.
There's a thread though where a bunch of directors were congratulating him in blue check marks, and I saw a couple of them that were like laughing, like, wait till they see what me, such and such are all rebooting. And it was 3 different directors who are allegedly all doing remakes of very famous horror movies from the mid 2000s was the context it seemed to be under. And I saw this literally like 10 minutes after I mentioned doing what was it, Hot Tension with you? And
High Tension.
Yeah, the French name is Hot Tension, but or Switchblade Romance, I believe, was the original title for it. But right after I mentioned that, I was immediately like, oh god, that was like one of the most famous ones of the like early 2000s. Oh god, that's one of them. That's got to be one of them. And the worst part of it was these 3 directors, even with how like dog shit, grindy, schlocky horror I love, and like I'll watch any bullshit like once if it pops up on Shudder or any sort of streaming service, or I get any sort of wind of it, I'm like, fuck it, I'll check it out. Even if I watch the first 10 minutes and shut it off, I'm gonna at least check it out. But man, I immediately got the worst feeling that I was like, this just lines up too well. Like all of a sudden Twitter is suggesting this and I haven't said anything about any of this shit.
They're also remaking the Raid movies. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I heard about that. I wasn't sure if that was true because I also heard that Gareth Evans was going to direct the American version too.
That is completely unnecessary, especially because of how well those two movies work. Those are two of my favorite
CGI faces over stunt doubles.
Those are two of my favorite action movies that I've seen in the past 10 years, because both of them are so great on their own different way. You know, the first one is just them or the main character trying to go up a building, and the action is so well shot. And then the second one,
so fucking crunchy. A lot of it. That's literally, Hans, in my notes when I send you this script. That's one of the things where, like, I've told you, I'm a big idiot. I don't know much. What I know about filmmaking is from what I've consumed over 30 years of existing and just being a big fan of film and researching things. But The Raid is one of the ones that I cited explicitly, both of them, because there's so much action shot in a wide shot that isn't seen in like the Taken movies. Now it's 100 fucking cuts and it's all shot in wicked tight close-ups and the camera's changing angles constantly.
You have an old man being like the badass, and it's like, well, I have to cut a bunch of it so that he looks cool.
So it looks believable, because no matter how much we speed up the footage, it's still just going to look like Liam Neeson's old ass fucking stumbling around everywhere. The Raid movie, though, is so confident in their stuntmen and the work and everything. They're just like, we're going to put it in the widest fucking shot we can, show you the whole room, and we're just going to swing back and forth with the action as we go, like fucking like a Jackie Chan movie. And that's exactly what I want. Is like, even if we have to spend time just like choreographing the action and stuff, it's obviously not supposed to be as tight as like a fucking Asian kung fu movie or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I want it to be more sloppy and gritty, like Brawl and Cell Block 99. I like the really crunchy fighting in that too, where it just looks like regular people beating the shit out of each other. There's some of it that's very like stilted and not like fluid enough for me, but I think that's what they were going for with Vince Vaughn's character, at least.
I'm not a huge fan of that one, and the director, or no, the producer of that unfollowed me on Instagram, so fuck him. But
who's the producer on that one?
Dallas Sonier or whatever his name is.
Dallas. I wasn't sure if he was just the producer on that or what.
No, I think he's a producer on that one. I'm not a huge fan of that movie, but I appreciate what they were trying to do, especially in a time like now where you can't really be that violent or that, up in your face type of thing. But the Raid 2, when that came out, like I saw it in the theater, and the way that the action is shot and just like every fight, it feels very anime like, even though I'm not a huge fan of anime, but I know that whenever there's a fight between characters that actually matter, that's where all their energy goes to, to show characters that actually matter and like give them like their own personality.
It's actual visual storytelling. Like, there's that build up before. That's like the difference between a good action movie is you're not just getting like the action and the reaction. You get like a wind up and then the action, the reaction to that, and the reaction to that is another action that they are constantly reacting to. It's basically the like and then idea, and then, but eventually one of them is going to connect, and it's always like that's where the camera snaps and it swings and fucking you get your little bit of camera motion.
I don't know if you've seen that well, I'm sure you've seen the movie, but like those scenes where they're in the car and the camera just moves from inside to outside of the car.
Shot.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yes. So the chair guy, it's not even a real chair. It's a guy in a fucking sleeve. That and the so like you've seen the fucking one shot from the first season of True Detective where they had to use live shotgun rounds and all that shit. Yeah, those are like two of my favorite one shots in like anything ever. That and the fucking Raid 2. That shot is, and I knew immediately watching the movie, I was like, that's not like a splice or anything. That the Children of Men one, obviously, in the car is another one that people bring up a lot because it's just fantastic. I love shit like that. Like, if we could somehow achieve, like, like everything works out like a dream, we can somehow get funding to do this, and we can do shit like that, I would fucking love it. Like, just
But
have one awesome, like, cool one shot and just have like a day or two where we can rehearse and really come up with that.
That's the thing that I'm afraid of, though, when it comes to like a remake, like an American remake of that type of movie, because even though it's the same director, or like it's supposed to be the same director, Gareth Evans, I don't think that American audiences have that patience for that type of thing. And
it's a thin plot. Like, I don't think it works outside of that. Like, no. I was so invested in it because it's sold on how confident they are in their action work.
Yeah,
like it is. That story's been told a million times over.
And the
Dread movie ripped it off like a year later.
Yeah,
the Dread movie is the raid with guns.
The only reason I'm a little bit skeptical is because whenever Americans have tried to do Asian movies or remake their Asian movies, they don't really work that well, or at least visually, they don't really work that well. And one of my favorite examples is that, I don't know if you've seen the Wreck movies from Spain.
Yes.
That are
I thought you were going to cite Old Boy for Asian stuff.
Well, I mean, it's not even worth mentioning that one. But
did
Wreck,
fucking Spike Lee do that too?
Yeah, it was fucking terrible. But the Wreck movies, the first one, they tried to remake it as Quarantine. I don't know if you remember that one.
That's the only decent one with Jennifer Carpenter or whatever. That one is like all right, and then they go fucking all over the place.
Yeah,
I think they did a second and third Quarantine. The Wreck movies are all pretty fucking good. Like the first one I like the most, but
I look at The Eye or look at The Grudge or The Ring. I mean, Ring, the first Ring is okay, I guess, the American remake. But if you watch the Asian original ones, you're just like, this is terrifying. Like, why are you not?
Ghost shit never did it for me. Like, even as a kid, The Ring, like, I didn't get any of that. I still don't understand the fascination with the Paranormal Activity movies. Right. I've always been more there's some horrible people out there that'll, snatch you on a walk home and do something fucking. That's why slashers always resonated with me. And I was the kid who liked to sneak out after dark and meet up with my friends in the woods and light off fireworks and do dumb shit and just fuck around when, there were serial killers all over the place and you would hear about that kind of shit constantly. We knew we were doing dumb shit, but you still went out and did dumb kid shit. But like, that's why it like resonated with me. And I was like, oh, it's edgy and it feels fun. And then you enjoy the movies because you understand that reality of it. Like the town I grew up in throughout the 70s and 80s had like girls go. We were actually talking about it tonight at my girlfriend's parents' house. They had girls going missing like all the time because we have this trail that ran through town that like teenagers would just walk home on like wicked late at night. There was barely street lights in the town in the 70s and 80s, let alone lights on a trail. And like bitches just getting strangled out there and shit is like probably shit you shouldn't be doing, like walking home randomly alone when you're like an 80-pound teenage girl at 2 a.m. and
town that red is sunlight type of shit.
Yeah, I remember like we would fucking sneak out to hang out with friends and we'd literally like smoke cigarettes and fucking just like do dumb shit in the woods late at night. And we used to get walked up on by like crackheads and stuff all the time in our hometown. It was just like any one of those guys could have just like murdered and raped us in no particular order. And we potentially would never be found or whatever. I was like, that's why that shit resonated with me. And then I just love monster movies. That's why I was like, yo, if you guys ever wanted to do a horror movie and you were like, we want to do a monster movie, and I could just go nuts making some sort of big puppet creature, and it's just the challenge of making sure it looks awesome and fucking grotesque on camera and everything. That's the shit I'm into.
I guess my problem is that American movies never seem to go that far. You know what I mean? Like especially whenever they try to remake something that's Asian.
Because it's a production board. You're talking about a studio that's seeing dollar signs. They're not like, oh, I love the art of Train to Busan. We need to have our own version over here for American audience to appreciate. because that I could at least respect if they were like, we want this to be a gateway drug for American audience. And those people that don't want to watch a foreign movie, they'll watch this and then maybe they'll want to go watch the original. If that were the if that were the case, that's a valiant effort, whatever. That would be cool if that's how the world really worked. That's not even how comic book movies work. Like, comic book movies don't even drive sales back to comic books. That's just like an idealist's idea, like view of what they want the world to be. But I'm like, in reality, it's just dollar signs for them. It's, oh, that movie, though they were no-name directors overseas, they made a fucking movie. It absolutely exploded. It was a huge cultural hit. And they don't realize, because Japanese movies and those Asian movies, they weave in so much like character work that's just like cultural bits that are so relatable to those massive audiences. And the audiences are very different. Like over here, where you can't be like, oh, he ate a McDonald's cheeseburger. I eat McDonald's cheeseburgers.
Into that jump scares and shit.
Yeah, but over in Japan, you can be like, oh my God, Han loves eating fucking udon noodles with his friends at the local noodle shop. And that's like his big character quirk, is he's always eating noodles. And is like, everybody's like, I love the fucking noodle guy, and they have a guy to attach to now. And like 1 in 10 Asian guys gets the noodle guy, and there's someone. That's the other thing. Asian movies, tradition for the most part, from what I can think of, sorry to cut you off, but tend to have way bigger fucking casts too.
Yeah.
Of both like main characters and supporting characters, extras. Like, it's fucking insane.
That's why I'm a little worried about this. I Saw the Devil remake, because I Saw the Devil, to me, is one of my favorite movies of all time.
That's a tight fucking script, dude. Like,
it's almost perfect. I can't really I'm a little drunk right now, but I can't find any faults in it right now.
Yeah, no, that's anytime that people ask for Asian recommendations for like foreign horror, that's top of the list. The original Old Boy, I think, is still great and is worth a watch if you've never seen it. It's not something you need to return to a bunch. It's a fucking demented idea, but that's the thing too. That was one where it was like, afterwards, I felt like somebody read Spike Lee a synopsis of what Old Boy was about, and he just sort of riffed on that. Like, it seemed like he didn't get the point of the original movie at all, and the things that he changed sort of like steal the soul of it completely, to where it just ends up kind of being a movie about a guy who fucks his kid.
Pretty much. The shock is that, like, it doesn't matter whatever he goes through throughout the entirety of the movie, because the character, the actor's name?
Sharlto Copley.
No, the main character.
Oh, Josh Brolin.
That
was before he got to do the Marvel shit, and now he's like untouchable money.
Whatever he goes through is not really as dark as what the Korean actor from Old Boy goes through. So
no, and they shorten the gap of him being in like imprisonment, which in the first movie, I wonder how long they edited that, because the first movie literally hits the point of where you're like almost fed up with seeing him just in that fucking room, and then it breaks out into the world, and it gets you to that point where you feel like almost as like claustrophobic and confined and imprisoned as he does. And then it's like, and now you can breathe, and you get one fucking breath of fresh air, and it's immediately plunged into fucking insanity and madness.
Well, starting from the first scene where he's just drunk, right? He's at the police station, just hammered, just being a shithead, which you don't really see on the Josh Brolin one. And right from the beginning, you're kind of like, all right, so I guess I'm supposed to like this character, but it's kind of a shithead at the beginning, kind of like he doesn't really know what he's doing because he's hammered and acting up at the police station. But then you got Josh Brolin, and nothing that he goes through really makes you feel like he's going through anything that would be that transformative, really.
So that's the whole thing. They give you just enough in the original version to like connect with the dude. And he's like, all right, this guy is a human that like, before all this horrible shit happened, he existed in the regular world. Sure, the particulars of his life are pretty much a big question mark, other than the fact that he's having a shitty night right now and he's loaded. They don't even set that up, so it almost like that whole Brolin version feels like an accidental like dream movie where you don't even know like if it's real. You almost never really see him out in the real world. He just is like, from what I remember, is he's in prison and then he comes out and he gets let out of the box and it looks like a fucking like weird music video. That was one of the shots everybody was praising too, which was just like a pretty close recreation of the original. And then the fucking the side-scrolling beat-em-up shot that's straight out of the original that everybody praised as if it was like some new. I swear 90% of people that reviewed that movie when it came out didn't know it was a remake of an Asian fucking movie. It was insane to me. They were talking like that was one of the most inventive shots ever, and I was like, I'm pretty sure the original director was just like, I like side-scrolling beat-em-up games.
Yeah. It's better. Yeah, it's well done, an original one, and especially when you're with a character you don't really expect that type of violence to come from. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure too what is that called, a trucking shot? I've done like some research on it now. I think it's trucking when it's locked to the side, but you're still technically on like a dolly rail. So whatever kind of shot it is, you're on that dolly rail and you're following it basically parallel to the action. But that idea of like that static wall right behind it feels so much like a 2D beat 'em up game. Like you're fucking watching a scene from Double Dragon for a moment. The only way it could feel more like that is if the camera just tilted down looking at them a little bit so you could see a little bit more angle of the floor and it wasn't so flat and straight on. But it's like the way the camera like sways back and forth with the action in that, you actually like can feel that it's a cameraman and a director.
Artistry.
Like on that rail moving. Now, dude, that shot would be like they were following on a trucking shot, but I guarantee you there's this thing you can do in like Adobe After Effects, Premiere, or whatever you use for editing, where basically you put like a null spot on like a point in the footage. And you can just like lock like a virtual camera onto that spot. So instead of nailing that perfect shot, swaying back and forth with the action as they truck down the hallway, if you fucking fuck it up and your timing's a little off, you can just set that null object onto the shoulder of the main character and it perfectly trucks it at whatever speed you set it at. And that's why now there's no, I would even rather take that like that little offbeat where you did fuck up and everything, and I can tell that there's a person behind the camera still, than have it be so like mathematically perfect now. Everything, like, I'm tired of hearing fucking digital looks exactly like film and stuff like that. I would love to see like a comeback of more film movies. I have this insane like want to shoot this feature on film, because it's like if I can somehow get like this weird guerrilla group together, not even me directing, but just a group of people together, I'd more so love to just focus on like I told you, the costume design and the writing and everything and the actual horror effects. Like I'm way more interested in that. Get me a stunt guy that can fire a real gun off on set and everything for certain things, and let me like make the prosthetic heads and things like that. It's like we can do some really cool shit for cheap, but
that's why the Daredevil series feels like so outside of the MCU, because they actually try creative ways to shoot action scenes, which you don't really see in the MCU at all. It feels like the MCU is just like the same type of action all the time. So whenever you see anything creative,
it's weird that the Netflix show that they basically washed their hands of from day one is the most cinematic piece to come out of everything they've done.
Either that or like the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans, where he actually did some Evil Dead type shit, camera movements.
Until recently, those were basically supposed to be forgotten until they realized Into the Spider-Verse was such money. They had essentially buried those movies. For a while, you couldn't even get a good version of them, and I think they finally released them on 4K a couple years ago, like on Blu-ray and everything finally. Like...
Well, they're better than any other MCU movie, at least visually. I don't know if the I mean, I haven't seen them in a while. I don't know if the human aspect of the characters still holds up, just because it was early 2000s.
The third one I remember absolutely breaking my heart because it was like like Sam Raimi went to Sam Raimi with it.
Yeah.
But the first two are like damn near perfect, and it was how superhero movies should be, which is like colorful and interesting and exciting.
Fun.
And it was like not all this filler and like remember back in the day where every scene sort of advanced the story and it wasn't just like, all right, and now we're back to a room of the Avengers out of costume having a conversation about what they need to do next, and like you could basically like time your watch to like when's the like MacGuffin gonna get introduced, the weird object thing they need to grab that they never really quite explain, but they're going to get it.
It's like who's the real leader, guys? It's like, who gives a shit? Like that doesn't really do anything and then for the rest of the movie.
The last movie is the MacGuffin game where they needed to go collect a bunch of MacGuffins to like go back in time. It's fucked up, man. Like, and that's just that lowest common denominator where most people don't even realize that they sustain themselves on a lot of trash art. I'm not even trying to be mean, like what you like, but the fact that those have become like the pinnacle of movies is insane. Those should be like popcorn schlock movies. I'm glad they make a lot of money, but
you know what the worst thing is?
Movies were making money like that.
The worst thing is like I got HBO Max, so I started watching the Harry Potter movies. I know I'm not supposed to because I'm over 30, but I started watching those Harry Potter movies, and they have a lot of more artistry than anything that the MCU has to offer. And
I think I've only seen the first two of those, but I remember like they're not. For someone who hasn't read any of the fucking books and doesn't give a shit about anything in Harry Potter, they're a movie that will at least hold your interest for the time you're watching it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I was like 16, 17 when the books came out, so I never read them. But before the last movie came out, I remember I just saw them in a week. I was like, well, I'm going to watch all of them so I can watch the last one in the theater. But after the first two are for children, I would say. But after the third one, they get a little bit darker, and there's a lot of very good directing that comes with the rest of them up to the last one.
They made a bunch of fucking kids' careers and shit. Like,
and the problem with the MCU ones is that you can change whoever the director is, but it still feels like the same type of movie, no matter which one it is. So at the end of the day, it's just like a TV episode of like, well, I know I'm not gonna see anything visually interesting. I'm not gonna see anything character wise interesting because everyone is very one tone. Everyone's working towards.
I think that's intentional too, because they had so many problems early on with directors and shit and cinematographers and all this shit that I think they sort of came up with like a production line streamlined. This is gonna be. Like in comics, it's called the house style in comics, Hans. Where basically, like in the 80s, comics all had this sort of homogenized look. Each artist had little distinguishing features that stood out to them and everything. But like everybody drew the Batman suit the same way and shit like that, depending on this model sheet that the company set up. There wasn't this shit today where everybody could do their own version of Batman and deviate from the model however the fuck they wanted. And that's like almost what they've done with the MCU, where they came up with like a house style. So now, this director is fucking going over on the shoot. They're going over on budget or whatever. We can fucking get rid of them and the B team can finish up the movie, or we can bring in a new director to finish up the movie and nothing's going to change. It's going to still be, it's going to hit the same beats. It's going to look the same. That's why Eternals, which should be like the coolest shit ever and like the coolest looking Marvel movie ever, I don't know what the fuck it is. It looks like a dinner musical.
Yeah. It's because they hired a director that shoots nice backgrounds.
I don't know what the fuck that director is. I keep hearing people say that, and I have no fucking clue who the director is.
Yeah, I saw Nomadland. It's like, oh, cool. A movie that's who it is. Yeah, it's just like a movie about an old bitch that doesn't do anything, and there's cool sunsets behind her. That's
Yeah,
what I
some
want for my superhero movie.
old bitch who
Yeah,
likes to sit in chairs outside of her
yeah,
station wagon
yeah,
while the sun is.
exactly.
I was like, is that even a movie though? When you just hire like a really good actor to just sort of sit around and look old and kind of like dog shit. Like we told the
But,
actor not to wear makeup, and then we just shot
yeah,
at like the golden hour, like beautiful
yeah,
sunsets. Like,
just look old and shitty, and
yeah, look like
that's
everything
gonna get you.
sucks. We're gonna shoot
Yeah,
this sunset.
yeah, it's gonna get you some Oscar nominations, and which is what happened with that fucking piece of shit movie. I was so bored. I remember that year. That was like 2 years ago, I think, or maybe last year.
Yeah, I don't even
That
know
year,
anymore. I
like
just blur it all together. I think that was in
all the
quarantine.
fucking movies were just like, can we do anything interesting or anything that is even worth watching? Because it feels like everything is just like a very emotional journey that a boring character is taking. And I really could not give two fucks about. And the fact that she got hired to make a superhero movie after Nomadland, it was kind of like, all right, so I understand that you guys don't want to do anything visually interesting. Like everything is green screen now, so
They just
whatever.
they have that Serbian film Power Creep. The same problem. It's just not snuff porn. With the
Yeah.
Marvel movies, it was like they shot themselves in the foot too early on, and it's the same thing that the comics had a problem with. Was like every new writer that came on wanted to do the next big bad villain, and we're always struggling to like one up the last thing that the last writer did. So like
But now
we had a
what is
huge
this-
alien invasion in like the first Avengers, and it was like, oh my god, nothing's gonna be bigger than this. And then everything after that is like, it's bigger than the last time. We're gonna
What is
need
this-
5 more Avengers. Hopefully,
What is his
Disney will clear
face,
the
though?
budget.
Like this face is gonna be Black Panther's sister. You got Captain Marvel. You got what's his name? Doctor Strange, right? There's maybe another Ant-Man. I don't even know if that's happening.
Doctor
or
Strange,
not.
Spider-Man, I know of in that new trailer. They're confirmed to
And
be
they-
there.
Like Captain Marvel and fucking the Black Panther's sister, who's gonna be Black Panther now or something like that. It's just like I don't know. Like those don't
God
really
damn, you
feel
know
like,
more than me.
they don't feel like A-list characters that can run their own movie.
Yeah, no,
and
Scarlett Johansson's out because she fucking
well, you saw
crazy.
that. Did you see that Scarlet Witch movie? No, yeah,
Oh,
Scarlet
the
Witch,
show
right?
WandaVision.
No. Sorry, not Scarlet Witch. The
Black
well,
Widow
the
movie?
Scarlet. Yeah, Black. Yeah, that was bad. That was
Yeah,
just
it was a mashup of a bunch of beats from other Marvel movies. What is it, Shang-Chi, or it's like Shang-Chi or something now? 'cause-
yeah, and it's like really like a Chinese character that's going to be fighting against Chinese stereotypes.
yeah, I'm calling him
we're supposed to
I'm
give a
calling him
fuck.
Shane Cho.
Yeah,
He's got a white guy's name and a Asian guy's last name now.
There is nothing appealing about this new Marvel phase or MCU phase that we're looking towards, I guess.
But it just broke records on Rotten Tomatoes, Hans.
Yeah, 90%, 95% or something. Yeah.
Yeah, both audience score. I thought it was pretty suspicious that it all of a sudden had a perfect audience score with tens of thousands of reviews, literally like 5 minutes after midnight the day it came out. I was like, didn't they put like an embargo on reviews till the day it came out, and only people who got screeners were able to do it, and the people who got screeners are certified critics on Rotten Tomatoes? So
hold on,
the fuck
are you saying that Shang-Chi is not a 98%?
Yeah, right.
Movie?
I was just like, wow, that's amazing that like I think it was just over 10,000 fucking reviews in the screenshot I saw, and I was just like, that's fucking insane, man. Like,
yeah,
5 minutes past midnight.
Over 5,000 verified ratings, 98%. It's like, are they all Chinese people rating this?
Yeah,
Because
so that means they've like filtered it down then, because there was way more. They're already unverifying a bunch of them. This movie was dog dick. Shang-Chi and the 10 cock rings.
Yeah, I don't. There was an article also that came out recently about how China um, tried to pitch the Mandarin on Iron Man 3 as like a stereotype that they were supposed to not make fun of or whatever, and which is why that Mandarin character ended up not being what the Mandarin that we're used to
Yeah.
was. So it's kind of like, all right, so you guys are just making movies so that you can make money in China.
We'll
So
always
how am I
have what's
supposed?
his face? Was it Lo Pan in fucking Big Trouble in Little
Yeah,
Chinatown? Yeah,
yeah.
man. We'll always have Lo Pan.
Like, how am I supposed to take this movie seriously when I know that that's your goal? And then I can't imagine a Shang-Chi fucking movie being the best
Dude, you know
Marvel
how
movie that's come
fucking
out.
wild it would have been if they were just like, we're making a balls to the wall, like 70s grindhouse kung fu movie? Because I'm pretty sure, I'm not familiar with the comics, but I think he had like a black sidekick and they were both like
Yeah,
kung fu dudes. He had like a Bruce Leroy kind of stereotype. And
which is a superior movie, I would
yeah, I was
say,
like,
than
that would have
this,
been
without
fucking
seeing it.
dope. You just send these guys to like Shangri-La or some fucking crazy shit, have Immortal Iron Fist show up. It's a new actor, and you just like make up for how dog shit he was in
Let's not even talk
TV
about Iron
series.
Fist, because Iron Fist is one of my favorite comic book characters, and what they did to that character was just like,
Dude, Iron Fist straight up should have been like someone like Jake Gyllenhaal. He got so wasted with Mysterio because like how big he got for
yeah,
fucking that Southpaw movie, and he's a good
yeah,
fucking actor. I was like, he
yeah.
would have been a gnarly Danny Rand with the half mask and everything, just fucking cut like he was in Southpaw and get him
Just
fucking flipping around like.
Just fucking give him something. You make Danny Rand to be like this emo,
That's what I mean, though.
blonde,
Like,
curly hair guy. It's like, what is this?
that's why I'm like, this whole like, oh, we need diversity and everything. I'm like, all for it. Just make a good fucking movie with it. Like
Yeah.
this Chinese guy who looks like, I think somebody called him a bellhop. I think he literally looks more like a limo driver. Like he's just a limo driver that like Donald Trump wanted a Chinese like limo driver. And he felt like when he showed up in just his black limo gear, he was like not Chinese enough and like dressed him up the way he wanted him to look. Like it looks, I know they were like, oh, this is authentic Chinese culture, but that looks like the caricature I would think of to do like Chinese guy and like not like, whoa, badass new hero I'm all excited to see fight. Because you put that guy next to the old Avengers lineup or anyone else in the fucking Avengers lineup right now, and you're like, what the fuck? He literally looks like the personal chef at like fucking Avengers Tower. It's insanity.
He cleans the toilets.
I'm hoping for his sake he has like a mask or something when it's all done. But I'm like, dude, like this fucking crazy Bruce Lee with his fucking black best friend going to some like fucking mystical other world like kung fu. Put it into a fucking kumite. Just rip off fucking Bloodsport if you want to, and give me Bloodsport and Iron Fist is like the champion of it. And again, it's not this you're saving the world against a huge fucking invasion again or anything. It's just a small fucking story. They show up. They're seeing all these cool fucking C and D list Marvel heroes and stuff you don't see in a bunch of other stuff. Kind of like they did with the World War Hulk stuff in Thor Ragnarok, but it was just corny as shit. But like you have all that, and then it culminates with fucking Iron Fist being the guy at the top of it, like the fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme of it all. Just they have to fight him, and it's almost like he's the villain of the movie, and you realize by the end he's not really a villain, and it's at least something fucking new and different.
Also, we already have Kung Fu Hustle, which is one of my favorite Asian superhero, even though it's not like labeled as a superhero movie.
Kung
Fu Hustle is pretty much a superhero movie.
Yeah, that is like
it's hilarious, and it's amazing. I love that. I love Stephen Chow movies up to that one. I think Shaolin Soccer is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's so funny. Kung Fu Hustle has a character that has rings. Like he gets rings on his wrists and his forearms, and he fights with them.
That's so it's like, all right, the twins that play the fucking like it's not a sitar, it's something else. I forget the Japanese instrument. But
the evil
fucking characters. Kubo, that Lakai stop motion movie ripped them off. They have Yeah, they have the same thing in that. I don't know if you've seen their movies. I like
No,
their
I haven't
stop
seen
motion
Kubo,
stuff.
but the Kung Fu Hustle is one of my favorite, like Asian, at least from the past 10 years, like Asian action movies, because Stephen Chow has this thing of just making them very silly, so
Yeah.
they feel like you're watching like an. I'm not a huge fan of anime, but it feels like a very non-human type of movie where if you have these out of life characters, they're presented in such a comical way. Then
What
whenever
is like
they
fantastical realism or something?
yeah.
There's like a term for it. Like it's kind of like the closest thing I can think of in American. It's not like a kung fu movie or anything, but it's weirdly like I think it's a Tim Burton movie actually. It's like my favorite Tim Burton movie, Big Fish.
Yeah.
They're like surrealist fantasy, but it's not really like set in like a farcical time period or anything like that. It's like a time period that you know existed. It's just everything's a little bit more exaggerated and fun.
And it's flawed heroes that are kind of clumsy and kind
there's
of
another
stupid.
weird one like that too that's more recent that had like a big fish monster. Is it Journey to the West?
From Stephen Chow, yeah. I think he did that
Did he
one.
do that one too? Dude,
I'm
that
not
one
sure.
if that's what I'm thinking of, I think it's got like the Monkey King and shit in it.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that, I think that
is a Stephen Chow movie, yeah, Journey to the West.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's like a big pig demon and shit. That movie is fucking ridiculous. Weird as shit, and kind of that makes sense that he did it too then, because
yeah,
it rides that line again where it's like that one I think is more fantasy though. You don't feel like you're like in any real timeline. That really leans into, I guess it's Japanese lore or Chinese lore, but
yeah.
It feels very parallel to like Japanese yokai and stuff, and it's like it deals with a lot of like menacing Chinese demons and ghosts and stuff.
But it's like very out there, you know. Like if you,
yeah,
I guess
dude, if
my
Shang-Chi was like that, I would be fully fucking on board. If it was just like a balls to the wall weird ass Asian kung fu movie, but people are like. That I saw that post online that compared it to the Transporter with that scene where he's fighting on the subway and or no, they didn't compare it to the Transporter. They're talking about the scene where he's fighting on the subway with his jacket like Statham did in the Transporter movies like 15, 20 years ago. And they were talking about it like it was the most amazing thing ever. And there's no real mention of like anything really fantasy or amazing, even though there's like they talk about like monsters and supernatural shit in the marketing. Kayla found some weird headless, assless flying monster thing that had like 6 legs and 4 angel wings. That's from like Chinese folklore. It was like a stuffed animal at Walmart for sale, promoting the movie. Those are evidently in it, but it was like there's all this weird shit that they just like don't show off, and it's just like here's regular Asian guy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They don't really go all out with their movies, and I feel like they just very they sanitize comic books a lot, because if you look at least 90s 80s comic book, like those Marvel superheroes, like a lot of the times the things that they faced were not as, I guess, real as they could be, and now they're stuck between Christopher Nolan type of thing where, you know, we can't make them that outrageous or that out there, because, you know, it has to be in reality or close to reality, like those Nolan movies. But then you have a character like fucking Thanos, and it's just like that.
It's insane because for what they spend on like one Avengers movie, they could throw $1 million to like 100 different directors and make a bunch of like, I guess it's considered low budget by their standards, but yeah, you get 100 fucking low budget Jokers out of it. Give me more of that. Like I would rather see people take more chances like that. Was it Lexi Alexander did with Punisher Warzone? It was very comic booky, but it was at least they
fun.
Fucking go for it. Like yeah, you can tell everyone there wanted to be there doing what they were doing. and they made something different that feels like a comic book.
Well, they keep hiring directors that have their own vision or have like their own independent movies, but then they just strip everything from them. So it's just it feels like, well, who cares who directed this, because it just feels like the last one. So instead of giving someone a different slate of like, all right, well, you're a creative, so let's see what you come up with.
Leave your soul and style at the door, please.
Yeah, but it's just like, yeah, well, let's make this like the last movie, and don't really go further away from these lines that we're giving you. And then it's just like, then just fucking hire nobody. Just hire a computer that's gonna be hitting the points that you want and hitting the tone that you want, and then at the end of the day, like, it doesn't matter who directs it, because there's not much creativity that's allowed for them to do it. It's one of the reasons why I'm happy that Edgar Wright quit that Ant-Man movie, because he's one of my favorite directors from the past 20 years, because he has his own distinct style, and his movies have like
to that new one.
And I mean, I'm not really, but just because I mean, I like his work a lot. I don't really, I don't know. But I've been following him.
You don't want to see him doing a giallo?
No, not really. I've been following him since Space. I don't know if you've seen Space. I love that show. Like, that TV show is amazing. But I feel like he has like his own style and his own way of like editing things and like presenting things. But when he was brought in for Ant-Man, I'm glad that he was able to quit, just because I don't know, he doesn't feel like that type of director that's just going to do whatever he's told. Like, he still has his own style.
I think if he was allowed to do his own like Ant-Man his way, that probably would have been a way more interesting movie. Like, with all his snappy editing that goes to like cuts to sound really well, like, and
weirdo characters too.
That would have been it would have been like way quirkier how they were trying to do, but they ended up going like he's the heartfelt dad.
It just felt like an episode of something that just ended very quickly and nothing happened.
It's pretty funny they forgot about that angle with him too, and they were just like, now Hawkeye's the dad character.
Yeah. Oh, I'm really not excited about that Hawkeye series that they're doing, where it's pretty much him just like passing the torch to Stephanie or whatever her name is.
Passing off like the purple suit and his old bow.
Because Hawkeye is such a good character if you care about the character, where you could do something very what's his fucking name? The Daredevil like series that you could do with this like very like detective type of thing, like spy type of thing. But I know that whatever they're gonna do with it, I'm just gonna fucking hate. So I don't even want to watch any of it.
I always thought, like, for sure, I mean, granted, they got Jeremy Renner for the movies, but I thought, like, Hawkeye and fucking Captain America would have been a really good team up. You sort of, like, strip down Captain America and have them do, like, that spy espionage thing. That was my big thing, too. Winter Soldier is one of the best offerings the MCU has, and it never really fully delivers on like the spy espionage. Like, I'm curious to see what like a Bond level like spy movie would be in the Marvel universe, and that's why I thought like that Nick Fury Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. thing would be that, and it's not. But I'm like, if they did like a Nick Fury movie or something now, it would have to be Sam Jackson, unless this Spider-Man movie introduces that there's going to be alternate. They could be doing that to replace all these actors. Like, what do you want to bet an alternate universe fucking Black Widow is going to stay behind here? She'll come through in the Spider-Man movie and it'll be some new bitch.
Did you watch that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show?
I saw like episodes here and there. Like, I watched the first episode that introduced the Ghost Rider, and they ended up doing the Robbie Reyes one, which was a bummer. I mean, he looked good and everything, but
I thought that was a missed opportunity where you could just do that, introduce characters. Like, I was hoping for a Namor, because I'm a Namor dork.
Yeah, but I thought it was going to be like X-Files, like a villain of the week sort of thing, where different people be popping up all the time. and they do that, but it's just like, I'm a different guy in a leather jacket, and now here is my Adobe After Effects powers.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like up to snuff with like the Flash show, which I also don't enjoy, but at least threw some money at itself.
Right. Arrow. I feel like Arrow was good for like 3 seasons.
Yeah, Arrow was like, I had a roommate who fucking loved Arrow, and he was the only reason I ever watched it. And I remember always being like really surprised at like, what was it? Manu Bennett as fucking Slade Wilson. Like, fucking, it wasn't bad. Like, it was surprising for the time. And that Amell brother, I never expect those dudes to be very good, and they're always like at least decent in whatever they're in.
But then they got greedy again, just like they did with the Defenders on Netflix, right? Where Arrow, the first couple of seasons are good, but then they're like, well, how can we expand this? And that Flash one, which
hits
also
the kitchen sink, man, throwing everything out at once.
I feel like the Flash has maybe a couple of seasons where it's decent, even though I hate the leather suit. Like that looks like shit. But then after that, it's like, well, what is it, Agents of Tomorrow or something like that, where you have the Atom and you have the. It's just
I definitely didn't watch any. I think it's Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow, and it's just like, just why? Like, again, it's a CW show, so I'm not expecting quality, but at least
I remember them marketing that show. Didn't they like bring Brandon Routh back, and he played like a new DC character, and that was like the way they like marketed the Superman no one really liked is back as a new character.
Isn't that Lewis and Clark?
Disney cannot wait to
reboot they did.
Hawkeye, like, I don't even like him that much, but again, Hawkeye should have been someone like handsome, like fucking Brad Pitt type, like Bradley Cooper, even like
especially
Bradley Cooper. He did Rocket Raccoon, but he sounds nothing like himself. If you then put him in like the Hawkeye outfit and made him like kind of a cocky dickhead and not like a family man the whole time, you make him like the handsome, quick-witted fucking bowman that he is. It would have been cool. That was the whole thing too, was he's not like a sharp retort kind of guy, even though this guy's almost like a reflexive dude like Bullseye who just fucking nails the mark on everything. Wouldn't that also make sense that he's like a charismatic dude who can hold his own? And they give fucking Jeremy Renner, and he's one of the few fucking heroes who doesn't wear a mask to cover his fucking face. Yeah. Chris Evans, who is obviously the better looking human being, is covered as if Hawkeye should be.
But also, I don't know if you've read the David Aja Hawkeye. Like that.
Some of it. Yeah, that shit is. It was him and was it Fraction that wrote that, right? I think Matt Fraction, and but even, Hollingsworth, I think, colored it.
Even the art on it, it's so interesting, it's so different that you would think they will be able to come up with something cool out of that.
It's like minimalist and stylized from what I remember. There's a guy who it's called I think the book's just called Nightly News, actually. It's almost like not a comic book. It was very pseudo-political when it came out. I can't remember if it's like a Brian K. Vaughan book or something, but that's a comic you might like. It's basically about this like almost like Illuminati cult that controls the governments through the media, and they do it by like assassinating people, but it's all really weird and stylized. It feels more like an art piece than a comic book. Oh, what up?
What up, Jerry?
But
the Jeremy
assumed you were playing games, so I would have sent him the link too. I got loaded tonight, man.
I've never been a fan of Jeremy Renner. I think he's a fine actor, but as a, again, Hawkeye being one of my favorite comic book characters, is very, especially with what they're going to do with the character now. That it's just, I don't care about the passing of the torch. I understand that the female character is very important now with the comic books, but it just feels like a missed opportunity of.
The oney thing I remember liking him in was that Dahmer movie he did. That was like a made-for-TV movie, sort of like Redbox type of thing. And I think it was just because I was like, he's such a weird fucking looking dude, it made it more believable, and it's not really like that great of a movie. And he's like all right in that 28 weeks later, the 28 days later sequel. It's again, he's like one of those like journeyman guys where he's like, I remember him being like serviceable in everything he's in, but there's not like a Jeremy Renner movie where I'm like, holy fuck, did you see him in this? Like,
yeah,
it's weird.
That's how they do my boy dirty. I'm also glad that they didn't do the Rock Namor, which was a huge rumor.
I'm so glad you're a Hawkeye fan too. I really don't.
Yeah.
I don't get the Namor shit, but
yeah,
but yeah, the classic Avengers beat 'em up arcade game. I used to play that at a local arcade we had all the time, and Hawkeye was like my go-to character and my best friend. I probably think Hawkeye and Captain America teaming up would be great because how many hours we dumped into that exact team up with him playing Captain America and me playing Hawkeye. Rode that big fucking dumb space scooter thing and would just like jump off of it. And
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about when you say dumb, because it was awesome.
Yeah.
With a big
getting pussy mobile.
Yeah. Because he couldn't fly. You couldn't play with Vision because he was just flying, throwing his thing, like the little laser thing. So it was better to have his little, spaceship.
Just imagine Bradley Cooper, Hawkeye riding in on that purple pussy mobile.
Yeah, I'm not excited about anything they're doing with that character. And I wish they had replaced Jeremy Renner, but now.
Yeah, who's your ideal Hawkeye? Who would you have put in the purple suit? Dude, with the big fat H on the forehead too. I thought for sure we were gonna get like a big stitched like leather H just like wrapping around half his head. I was like, he's gonna be my favorite dude. Like,
well, someone like which is weird to say now, but Nathan Fillion as that character 10 years ago or 8 years ago,
pretty good too.
Yeah, I just don't feel like Jeremy Renner is charismatic enough to do anything with that character that's not just a side character that no one gives a fuck about. And I hated how they make fun of that character in that Avengers movie where he was like, well, I have arrows or whatever the fuck he said, and it's just like, well, fucking, that's not who the character is. Like, he's a leader on the comics. Like, he leads a couple of those Avenger teams, so it's just like the only human or him and Scarlet Witch were the only humans from the team, and they just like reduced him to I'm a joke type of thing, and like, I care about my wife and family now, so I'm just gonna quit. I'm really not
never needed to be here in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't do anything. You didn't solve anything. You didn't help with anything. You just had a fight with Scarlet Witch. That's like your biggest scene in this whole fucking universe. So it's just like another reason why I'm very not excited about anything.
They can never figure out what the fuck to do with him. And then all the characters they leaned into, I'm just totally confused about. Like, the only thing I was excited about, I was like, oh shit, we're going to get a Sam Raimi Doctor Strange movie. That might not suck complete balls. And didn't that fall apart? Didn't that go to... Who's doing that now? Let me see.
The same guy that did the first one, I think. Yeah. Sam Raimi was replaced.
Oh, it still says Sam Raimi. Did Sam Raimi replace the guy I'm thinking of then?
It's called Derrickson. Oh, yeah. Well, then that might not be so bad. I thought if they allow him to do his Sam Raimi shit, then it should be fine.
Is that what it was? Because I thought it was the other way around, that Scott Derrickson replaced Sam Raimi. If Sam Raimi replaced him, then it's all good. That might actually be cool now.
Derrickson directed the first one, I think, right?
Yeah, and
which was kind of whatever.
I think that was him, right? Hang on. He's buddies with that. I think it's like Robert Cargill guy. They like write a bunch of stuff together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Robert Cargill.
Yeah. Any cool news guy?
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah, he was a writer for that. I think he did Sinister 1 and 2. I think he wrote those.
Yep, he wrote Doctor Strange. He's doing something called Bermuda. They have that black phone one. Oh, is Bermuda the one that he just announced that they're doing with Timo?
I feel very like what's his fucking name? Doctor Sleep guy, Flanagan.
Oh yeah, they're
that.
all friends.
It's just like very much like that energy of like if you criticize my movie, then you're a hater.
God, the Black Phone is based on a Joe Hill short story.
Yeah, I like Joe Hill. I don't know about Cargill or Mike Flanagan is doing another movie with Netflix, which is great if you like bullshit horror movies. But I feel like he's one of those overrated directors that just because they've made something decent in the past.
What was the fucking early one he did that I really liked?
Hush? Hush is good. I like Hush.
Yeah, Hush was good.
He did Ouija Origin of Horror, I think, or whatever the movie's called, Origin of
Evil.
A
bunch of people told me that was good, and I was like, fuck you. Same thing with Oculus. Yeah. I refuse to see either of those.
Yeah, they're fine. But then he did the Hill House series.
Dude, Dr. Sleep was like the most unintentionally funny movie ever. Pedo vampires.
I can't.
It was Adrenochrome, the movie, or whatever the fuck that stupid bullshit was.
It's such a slap in the face on, and I don't want to say I'm the biggest Kubrick fan because I'm really not. I think he was great, and I enjoy a lot of his movies, but I'm not one of those people that hold him in like a regard of like a god, like a brilliant filmmaker or whatever. But when you're doing a sequel to one of his movies and you do what it amounts to like a teenage like weird fucking not even a horror movie at all,
a Disney crossover movie for
when we have a gang of like witches, and it's just like what the fuck is this, and then you cast the Danny Kidd as the Jack Nicholson character. There's nothing like him, and we're supposed to be like, oh well, like that's the
Edward Furlong should have played fucking Ewan McGregor's character, all right?
Yeah.
Edward Furlong should have been Danny. That kid should have looked like dog shit after The Shining.
That movie fucking it's just an insult that I can't get over. So whenever Mike Flanagan comes up, it's like, yeah, I'm not.
That was honestly when I was like, I think I really checked out on like movie reviews completely, because I was like, I'm fucking insane if this is a good movie. Like, I have like lost my fucking mind if this is what everyone thinks is a good movie. And I was like, at that time, I was just like, I'm going to bite my tongue. I'm not even going to fucking talk about it. There's no point. Like, it's not going to do it any favors or anything like that. I'm just not going to talk about this fucking movie. And then like the more people were like praising it, I was like seething. I was like, holy fuck, I need to like mute the name of this movie. It's insane.
You got that 4 Non-Blondes. Do you remember that song, Say Hey?
Yeah.
Okay, so her hat and the main villain wears that hat.
The Jamiroquai hat.
We're supposed to be like, oh, she's so cool. She's a witch.
Yeah. Oh my god, they're like a witchy hat club.
Fucking go fucking die. Yeah, I can't.
The UN of witches. It was very weird. And then it literally is like, if you sort of strip away the details, they're kind of just like pedophiles. Like, that was my whole thing, was like, okay, so is this supposed to be like an allegory for pedophiles? Like, I'm so lost.
But then the Ewan McGregor guy shows up to the hotel, and then they beat him. They scare him.
Well, because there's always been that argument that like The Shining is kind of about like molestation and stuff like that, and the trauma of it, whether you believe that or not. And that's what I had to assume this one was running with, and that these soul-sucking vampires are supposed to be like pedos. And if Danny was supposedly secretly molested in the first one, that they're going off of that, and that he grows up and uses his shine and everything to make sure this little black girl doesn't get molested like he did. And I'm like,
I forgot about The Shine.
And I'm like, that is literally the weirdest fucking angle for a movie ever. Is like, I'm going to use my superpowers to make sure this kid doesn't get molested by weirdos like I did by my dad when I was a kid. And that's also the other argument, is that like Shelley Duvall's losing her fucking mind throughout the movie because she basically, like, in the back of her mind knows her husband fucked her kid, and she just doesn't have the like heart to confront it or whatever. And I'm like, that's always kind of been like a weird fan theory and never been confirmed or even alluded to by anyone in the production, really. So,
but it's also really difficult when you have someone like Shelley Duvall who gives her, I mean, besides Popeye, this is The Shining is her best performance, I think.
Yeah. And, well, the whole thing is like, if that's never been confirmed by anyone in the production and it's just a fan theory, it's very fucking weird to base your whole movie off of that.
Yeah.
And if they didn't base the movie off of that, it literally makes no sense, and they just made that up for no reason. But I really think that's what it was, is they're going off of like the pedo angle of that fan theory, because that fan theory had gotten really popular on YouTube over the past couple of years when all of a sudden Dr. Sleep got announced.
But also you have such great performances, even from what's his name, Carruthers, Scatman Carruthers, where he's very, the black guy that gets killed with an axe. He's very like, well, they're all good. Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall are so great. And then you watch Dr. Sleep, and you have what's his beautiful actor's name? What's his name that Louis C.K. wants to fuck? Oh, Ewan McGregor, who's like, okay, so he's a pretty boy. I
didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, there's an old bit from Louis C.K. saying that he's beautiful and he wanted to fuck him. But he's a good actor, but it's not someone that I would, especially because of Jack Nicholson being not very attractive in that original Shining movie, and that's not the point of it. But here,
he already looks 50.
Like, yeah, and yeah, like his shitty hairline and everything, he just looks insane throughout the whole thing, even right from the beginning when he's just driving into the hotel to get that job. And then you have this movie where nobody's good. So it's very difficult for me to connect with something that's supposed to be a sequel to this amazing movie that is very isolated and very claustrophobic, with amazing performances from this woman that literally went crazy after that performance because she was so tortured by the director. And Jack Nicholson, who was also amazing. And then you have this very milquetoast, like, who gives a shit actors
Dr. Sleep that culminates with a shitty shootout with witches, and then just a shitty nostalgia trek through the first movie.
But it's just like
that was the most insane, like, fan filmy shit ever. I almost by that point was like, I almost wish they had just like face mapped Jack Nicholson's head on the movie or something, because that's where it completely goes into, oh, this was just like a self-jerk session for this director who's like a huge Stephen King fanboy. And that's sadly what every Stephen King thing suffers from. I feel like his like book nerds that get a hold of his movies are always just too much up their own ass to genuinely just make an interesting movie. They're too much doing like what kid them thought the movie should be. They thought of this idea at like 14 and were like, oh my God, one day I'm going to do this.
I know it's really controversial to say this, but I've never liked Stephen King. I feel like he's very wordy, and I feel like
once I can't get through a lot of his shit.
Once he stopped doing coke, he just became like a regular old guy that is just trying to be edgy, but it's just an old man.
All of his shit.
So it's like, okay, same... so either go back to doing coke and become an interesting person again, or just stop. Because everything that's come out after that, even book or whatever movie comes that's based on something that he did after his coke years, it's kind of like, I've
still never been able to find a copy of Rage. I wanted to read like a physical copy of it. It's his banned book. It's the school shooting book that he wrote. And then I think it was like falsely attributed, or maybe they did have a copy, but I think it was attributed to the Columbine shooting and a couple other ones.
But then he just became like an anti-Trump type of person, and now everything is just virtuous, and it's just like, just
yeah. It's
stop.
like you used to find an interesting idea and really attack it, and now it's like everything just feels like a blend of like a bunch of past. It feels like somebody was like, oh, all the Stephen King stuff takes place in the same universe, and Stephen King was like, yeah, it does. Yeah. And then he just ran with that and started doing that with everything. And it was like, yeah, it did with like the fucking the gunslinger stuff, but all his other books, like it was sort of like a tangential thing. It wasn't like the backbone of every book relied on you knowing the entire Gunslinger series or anything like that.
With something like Maximum
Overdrive, the Dark Tower series, I should say.
It's not a great movie at all.
It's fantastic.
But he was very high, and you can even see on the trailer.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if Stephen King. He's very on edge, just high.
He like come out and like hug the fucking Green Goblin truck. They have it like parked there, and he's like rubbing it.
But that's like just an interesting character, right? And this is something that me and Loris talk about all the time, about like creators that are flawed, where they're drug addicts or they're just interesting people because they don't fall into the same box that every other creator does. And I feel like that was him in the 80s. And then once he stopped doing all of those things, it's just like, well, you really have nothing interesting to say because you're 70 now. And
once you stop sucking your teeth from all the cocaine, nobody wants to talk to you anymore. That's why I was like, I would like making this movie, man. I would much rather do it with a bunch of people who, you know, aren't really well known, but I know we can all get together and we can like push the boundaries and get some interesting performances out of people and have fun with it. As opposed to just paying out the ass for some big name where they're just going to come in and phone it in. Like, I would rather it be like everyone on set is fucking coked out of their minds, just doing something insane and absolutely going for it than a streamlined
a Stranger Things season 5.
Yeah. Oh my God. Are we already up to that now? Oh, I God.
Think so. I don't know. I quit after season 2. I don't know if they're doing 5 now, but
I saw a little bit of. I think it's the 3rd one with my girlfriend, but I think I tapped out on 2 as well. I can't think of much I watch on Netflix other than like old TV shows.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're putting up Seinfeld in the next month, so I think that's.
Oh man.
That's what I'm going to be watching, I guess, because every time I go on Netflix and they fool me with their new movies they put up. Have you seen, what is this movie called?
My girlfriend puts on a lot of Community to pass out to. That's like her go-to show.
That's not terrible, I guess, but what is this fucking movie called? They did a movie about like this vampire woman. I think it's your Blood
Red Sky. I put that on my list because it intentionally because it looked like absolute ass. It looks like Flight Plan with a vampire.
It is
that like Jodie Foster movie or some shit.
It's so bad.
It'd be funny if that was the tagline: Flight Plan with a vampire.
The first 20 minutes, we're introduced to this vampire woman that doesn't want to be a vampire at all.
Oh, so you know she's a vampire immediately.
Yeah. So she gets shot like 5-6 times, and she literally survives because she's a vampire. But then after like the bullets come out or whatever, she survives. She's still trying to inject herself with the thing that's going to stop her from being a vampire, which is kind of like, well, the only reason why you're still alive is because you're a vampire, but you still don't want to be a vampire. That makes no fucking sense at all.
Poetic justice. She cures herself and dies from all the bullet holes.
And then the villains, there's this gay, what do you call them? The air, like the homosexual waiter in the plane. What are those
like
called?
Stewardesses, flight attendants, whatever.
He becomes the Joker. throughout the movie. So he turns into the Joker. It's just such a piece of shit movie. It's such a piece of shit. Like, it's not even fun to watch. I mean, I did laugh a lot, actually. I don't know if I would say it's not fun, but it just doesn't make any sense. And I feel like every time a new Netflix movie comes out, it just feels like a waste of money. Like, why are you giving money to these directors to make this bullshit movies?
Okay, so early on, they were like acquiring stuff that had already been produced and done. Then there was the huge like gold rush wave of they started just greenlighting like small studios and stuff and throwing them, you know, $1 million, $2 million, couple million, whatever. Some got some bigger deals and stuff like that. And then I guess they expanded more with the acquisition stuff again, and they just started buying more shit that had already been produced and everything, like movies done, wrapped in the can, ready to go. And they're just buying it, whether it's permanent to be a Netflix original or they're just buying the temporary lease or whatever the fuck you want to call it to have it on Netflix. But it's insane the shit that they even just like lease now. Like, they'll get like that, like Blood Red Sky, they'll get that shit for like 6 months and pay them thousands and thousands of dollars for that deal and never get the return on it. Like,
I saw a movie, I think it's from 2014 that they released on my Netflix recently. It's called Grey's The Possession.
What's up,
Kayla? It's a point of view movie about this girl that has a grandmother that's very religious. And she goes to college, and of course, when you go to college, there's alcohol and there's non-religious things that the character does. But within the first 10 minutes, there's a scene where she's going to a party, and one of the jocks comes up to her, and she's like, "Yeah, you can be one of the demons, but I would prefer if you were a demon." And I was just like, I was like, stop. No, I'm not fucking watching this shit. Like, who wrote this first? And why is Netflix giving this creators money for something that's such bullshit? Like, just bad.
Yeah, Netflix, like, just give us a couple million. I will.
Exactly.
I would book like one location that we could rebuild into multiple things and be like, we're going to make 2 movies. We're going to stay in this place for a month.
The whole thing about this movie is like, okay, so in the first 5 minutes, like her grandmother calls her, and she's, of course, her roommate is like this Latin American slut, right? So she's on her phone with her grandmother, and she's like, well, I'm not gonna hang up until we pray. So they start praying together, like whispering, praying, because she's embarrassed. And then as soon as she's done whispering, praying, the Latin American roommate is like, were you praying? And she's like, oh, this is like my grandmother thing. It's like, there's nothing that I can connect with this character or make it likable at all. So then the whole point of view thing, which could be interesting back in, I guess, 2014, because that's done to death now, it's just lost because it's so terribly written and so unbelievable that even the gimmick of the point of view thing is completely lost because it's so badly done that I'm just like, who is the person making the decisions of giving these people, I don't know, a couple $100,000 to be able to release this type of movie, and who the fuck is enjoying this type of shit too? That's
why I think a lot of it is like acquired after the fact now too, is like, I not knowing what the fuck I'm doing, I'm finishing up this second draft right now, sending it out to the dude we've been talking to because I haven't announced it publicly yet. Sending it out to him, but I already let him know there's probably going to be a decent amount that changes. I just wanted him to, get a baseline of what the fuck the idea is, and not have him so in the dark anymore. And I'm supposed to go up and like meet with him hopefully end of October, but I read what Kayla was saying and drunkenly lost my train of thought. It's one of those things where like a lot of stuff nowadays seems to suffer from these dudes can get an immediate budget to like enough to make a movie, or they already sold something to Netflix, so they have enough money to reinvest into another movie, so they make another movie, but it's literally like always the bare minimum just to sell another one. There's so many videos of guys on YouTube now that are literally like guys that have like multiple movies on Netflix that I've never fucking heard of. And they basically talk about that gaming the system where they like sell another movie and make just enough to make another movie and sell it. And they're these like slice of life, middle of the road movies, actors you've never heard of that are almost seem like tax shelters to fucking do this shit.
Well, I have an ex-classmate of mine when I was in film school in London. He makes like, I don't even want to call them B movies because they're C or D horror movies in England. And he's made like 11 movies since we graduated. They're all horse shit, but they all are able to sell to all of these streaming websites. And if you watch them or if you look at the reviews, they're always like 1 to 3 stars.
I've probably seen some of them.
You've probably seen some of them, yeah. And he was always like a very interesting person to talk to because he had like his own vision, like his own, I want to make like gross horror movies or whatever.
It's like the fucking trauma dudes, dude. The trauma movies have had a fan base for fucking decades. Like Lloyd Kaufman's considered like the oldest independent like filmmaking studio, like the Trauma Studios or whatever the fuck it's officially called. Like what is it? Zach Amico fucking works for them and shit. Like that's why I'm shocked. Like those dudes haven't done like a Skankfest slasher movie. Is like that shit
like something good
writes itself. Yeah, you don't need to do like a straight up hokey trauma movie. Come up with some cool fucking slasher. You have all your comedian friends there, and you be like, yo, we're gonna book an extra week. Everybody come out. We're gonna shoot this fucking big ass movie, and it's just like this is the end, but for like actually fucking good comedians. Right. And everybody's going to get butchered by slashers and fucking Louis J. Gomez is the fucking slasher at the end. Or whatever the fuck you want to do.
Every trauma movie that I've seen, it's always like, oh, can you guys try a little bit?
It would be hilarious. The whole movie, the slasher is some big jacked guy. And then when they unmask him at the end, it's like Scooby-Doo style. It's Zach Amico. Big fat Zach Amico.
But every well, the only trauma movie that I can think of, and I don't even know if they produced it or just released it, which was Cannibal the Musical, that Trey Parker and Matt Stone before South Park movie.
Yeah, no, they were like trauma guys. I'm pretty sure they like worked for the studio for a while.
Well, that's like the only one that I've seen where it feels like they've actually made an effort to make something. Yeah, because everything else, like the Return to Nukem High and all those movies, kind of like this just feels like a Saved by the Bell with dicks on it,
Trauma War is another one that has a little bit more of like a through line. I think you would agree if you've seen that. Like it's a little bit more of a story. It's also weird how much of Trauma War. I might have mentioned this with you on before. It seems like J.J. Abrams stole a bunch of the opening crash scene from Lost, or for Lost, from Trauma War. Like the smart way they shot like a plane crash in that movie in the 80s or whatever the fuck it was for super cheap. And it was just like... It was like some audio work and stuff like that, and I think it shows them in the cabin like rocking back and forth beforehand, and then you just like it like lights cut out, you hear basically like an explosion, and it's like sunrise the next day, and there's like mangled bodies and people all over the beach, and some of them are waking up, some of them are dead, and there's just little pieces of debris everywhere, and it's like a pretty fucking visceral, violent thing for a trauma movie. And then it goes like low budget Rambo basically, but it's not super hokey like a lot of trauma stuff. It seems more like somebody was really interested in making a decent movie with it. And it's got this great character who's basically, he's like Dad Rambo. He's essentially like a middle-aged, like fucking like station wagon dad who it's like revealed that he's basically a Vietnam vet, and when they're like stuck on this island full of like guerrilla soldiers, he teaches the ragtag group to fight back. It's a ridiculous story, but it's one of the more like cohesive ones to come out of there. I like some trauma stuff again, but there's so much of that. It's like a cultish crowd where they just like it indiscriminately and can't admit that a lot of it is just like intentionally dog shit, and that it doesn't always pay off. That's why I'm so worried about, like, fucking Low Res was like, from what you and Hans have been telling me, it sounds like you're sort of working on something that's like reminiscent of early Rob Zombie stuff. And I was like, oh, fuck. Just like, it's like, I'm going to go hang myself. Like,
well, I mean, I don't know. House of a Thousand Corpses and
yeah, no, I like his early shit, but it always is riding such a fine fucking line, dude. I'm like, you can go over the edge with that, really, and that'd be something where like day of we're shooting and fucking one line comes out of an actor's mouth, and I'm like, we've pushed it too far. Like,
oh no, I quit. Fuck yeah.
Irony poisoning.
that one in Devil's Rejects, I would say, are his two best, which is very sad to say because he's made a lot of movies after that. But I don't think I've connected with any of the other movies that he's made since those two.
Always a scene or two that I really like, either like how it looks or how it plays out, or there's a little bit of dialogue I like, but nothing's been consistent like those first two.
Yeah.
Lords of Salem took me like almost 2 years to get through. I kept going back to it, and then I finally watched it and was like, God, this sucked. And I'm like, I can 13? Go to Salem anytime I want. My fucking editor's from there. Like, I go there pretty regularly, and I'm just like, I know where half of these places are, and this is like barely Salem.
What's the other one? The one with the 13 something?
Oh, 31?
Yeah,
so 31 is basically the one where I was so disappointed with that. I almost fucking put into the crowdfund that he did, where he put his own crowdfunding website together to crowdfund that movie. And then it like went way over budget, took way too long. He got Simon Bisley, one of my favorite fucking comic book artists ever, who did like worked on Ninja Turtles and a bunch of other shit. Got him to do the concept art for it and a bunch of other awesome comic book artists. And basically the whole idea was group of carnies gets brought into this balls to the wall fucking murder event that he called his Running Man. Like, he didn't dance around it or anything. It was basically like he was doing his own Running Man. And it was, instead of a game show, it was this like murder torture porn for rich people to watch. And originally it was like a fucking like stadium of fucking rich people would get together and be eating like dope fucking delicious food, drinking a bunch. And that like Malcolm McDowell and the two hags like betting together was supposed to be like 100 people like all around the outer ring of the place, watching these crazy fucking dudes just murder their way through. But there was also a cast of like 10 or 15 different killers that were revealed, and he said there was way more. And it was like, you know, basically he said once it picked up on paper, he described it almost like how we were talking about the Raid movies. Like, it picks up and gets going, and it's just like kinetic as fuck. The action carries it forward. And he was talking all about these super extravagant action scenes and how he needed like 1.5 or $2 million, something like that. He only made like 2/3 of what he said he needed, and he didn't like dictate to everyone that it wasn't an all or nothing campaign. So even if it didn't get fully funded, he was going to take the money and make some form of the movie. And he ended up having to cut a bunch of shit out of it and turn it into what it became, which was they couldn't afford a choreographer or stuntmen for a lot of the shit. There was like, I think like 2 stunt guys on the movie or something like that. It was a very minimalist team that made that movie. And then it released through a Fathom event, and it had a like 5-minute behind the scenes featurette that they chose to play before the movie, which literally ruined the turn of the movie where where like they start killing people and you realize like what the fuck is going on. And there were people that were just going to see it that weren't familiar with it, hadn't seen a trailer or anything, were just excited to see a new Rob Zombie movie.
Yeah.
And they ruin the whole like twist of the movie in the first 5 minutes in a featurette. And then Rob Zombie's like, and now time for 31. Thanks for checking it out, guys. Roll the movie. And it was like, holy fuck, this guy literally spoiled the whole like setup for his movie right before the movie rolls. And it was only airing for 2 days at this Fathom event. I was working at the movie theater, so I saw it for free, but I was like, no one told him it would be a bad idea. It's like when if you remember the Hitler midget, he's the first one to like start killing people. They basically show them filming that whole fucking scene.
Yeah, so it's pretty much just spoils whatever.
Yeah, so it spoils
surprise you might get from.
Yeah, like if you had no fucking clue what this movie was about, because it starts out being like, oh, something bad's gonna happen on a Halloween night, and that was the whole idea. It was like this weird fucking game show that these sickos played, and then throughout it, you find out over time there's more and more to it. And I had this idea for a snuff comic for fucking ever ago. And when I first heard about this being announced, it was like Bloody Disgusting or something ran like a little article that Rob Zombie was crowdfunding a new movie. And I had this idea for this comic like fucking like a decade back. I love the Manhunt games growing up. And I was like, I want to do something that's like that for movies. And I was like, I want to do basically like a slasher, a snuff film or a slasher flick that deals with like the lore of snuff films and stuff like that was sort of the spark for it. And it developed and developed over time and into what it became now with a cop and everything. Cause I was like, what's a crazy, because like the Everyman thing has been done. That's what the Running Man book is like, it's not fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger in the book. If you read the actual novella, he's like a regular ass dude.
A ripped giant guy.
Yeah, no, he's like kind of a pussy in the book. And it's a much better story, but it's like that Everyman thrown in this situation has been done. And then Rob Zombie did the Everyman, like Americana, Southern hippie fucking crackhead version that he does. And that also sucked. So I was like, I want to do something like that, but where it's like, it's dark and depraved and everything, but it's still at the end of the day feels like grounded in reality. It's not like super fucking, if the performances are over the top, I still want it to be like fucking chilling, like Otis in Devil's Rejects. That's some of the best stuff Bill Moseley doing. And it's like, there's even some lines in there where I think it kind of treads into corny territory, but the delivery's so fucking good.
It works.
That's the whole thing is having the time to work with like the cast and everything and make sure that like everybody gets, we're not trying to be like comic booky and cartoony or anything like that. Like this is supposed to be a very serious fucking like terrifying situation to be in. And if we can sell that, like that's what made, like that's why Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one of my favorite slasher movies. Is like you watch that movie, if you showed that to fucking retard kids nowadays who like don't fucking know that movies from 10 years ago exist and shit like that, and how they're constantly talking about there's not enough Asian fucking actors and stuff like that who've never seen a Jackie Chan movie. You show them some shit like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you just like got into Adobe After Effects and put like a news scroll bar at the bottom, kids would fucking think they were just watching old footage of murder. Like, we don't have shit like that anymore.
Well, it weirdly still holds up too, because even that's one of the things that I like about movies from that time, that everything just feels very dirty. It feels like very not as clean as everything is
it's
now.
That film texture.
Yeah,
you could shoot from the hip, and it still looked like you were considering shit, which is insane.
Yeah. Even when you try to do that dirty look, and just to bring it back to Rob Zombie, that 3 from Hell movie, which was just a horrendous piece of shit.
And that was post 31 too.
Yeah, when you try to do something like that digitally, like it just doesn't work. And if you watch that compared to that 75, I think it was, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, just the way that it looks.
Yeah, I forget,
like,
because I think they shot it a year and it didn't get released for like immediately. It was weird.
But it just has such a raw feeling to it that even though the action might not be as graphic as what you see in recent movies, but
so many people remember it being super bloody, and you barely see anybody even get like killed in the movie.
Yeah, I think
the most violent thing I remember is the dude getting whacked with the hammer.
A lot of people confuse it also with like the modern day Leatherface movies too, like the Jessica Biel one, or like the
that was actually for the like all the reboots and everyone. Yeah, that I remember seeing that one and being like, holy shit, maybe we're not completely doomed with reboots. Like they'll at least be like popcorn movies. The Friday the 13th 2009 one's decent too. And I like that they at least went through the 3 movies.
The Arnie Ermy, whatever his name is, right? He's the
dude.
Sheriff. He's great in that.
Fantastic. Yeah. That's again where if you're gonna do something, you need to justify it with like the performances and stuff like that. Everybody needs to understand what you're going for, and that movie, I can't really think of a time where they really try to like crack and make a joke to like counterbalance the like scariness of it. There's jokes and stuff in it, but they're tonally in line with everything. And that's the whole idea, is like if you're going down this road, you can't just all of a sudden like steer off into the woods for comedy for a minute and expect to find your way back to this fucking dark road you had everybody riding on. And I think there's very few directors that can do that very well. And it's like Rob Zombie almost like lucked out with his first 2. It's crazy that fucking Rainn Wilson and dickhead Chris Hardwick had like some of the best like chemistry together early on and are like actually fun characters. Like I was like, that was like me and my burnout friends in high school. It was like I know these people.
Your shitheads.
I could be one of these dudes at 18. Yeah. Like I
could be the merman.
Yeah, I'm completely behind this. I love it. It's ridiculous. Even that has scenes that like wander around, but it's still fun.
And the Dr. Satan bits are kind of corny too, but they work in that same. Is it Dr. Satan? That's what it's called, right? Yeah, those scenes where it's like a close-ups and everything's very red and everything. It feels kind of corny, but for whatever reason, it fits whatever he sets up.
That was done for $7 fucking million.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Where was that all spent?
A setting, maybe? I don't know.
A $5 million blow budget? Like, what the fuck?
But when you talk about the Friday the 13th remake,
and Devil's Rejects was made for the same amount.
I'm kind of confused as to why that didn't continue, because especially looking at all the remakes that have been made for those horror movies, like the Friday the 13th one was exactly what you would expect a Friday the 13th movie to be. Not like the Nightmare on Elm Street one, where that was such a fucking just bad.
Yeah, that was that they tried to go super dark with it and also pepper in still like Freddy trying to be cheeky and funny. And it was like, dude, you solidify like right out of the gate that he's a pedophile in this one, and there's no gray area. You're just like, our Freddy fucks kids. And then you're just like, but also feel bad for him. Like,
well, especially because if you watch the first Nightmare on Elm Street movie, there's no mention of Freddy anything. He's just a guy that shows up in your nightmares and he kills you, and that's it.
Like,
you don't
sort of allude to stuff, but they don't flesh it out from what I remember. I think it's like the second or third one where that's where they flesh out he might have been weird with the kids. I think in one he's like the fucking gardener at the daycare or something, and then it's like it changes a little bit.
But on the remake, it's immediately like, well, he gave me this book, and it's like a weird book that I would write into, and it's just kind of creepy. It's just like, oh,
he gave me this book that confirmed he was fucking them kids. Yeah, so our parents all burned him alive.
I'm not gonna find him. Not gonna find him charismatic or funny at all after knowing that he fucks kids. Like that.
You know what? sick guy, but what a hilarious pedophile. Like,
yeah, and that Friday the 13th is literally everything you would expect from a Friday. There's titties, there's dumb teenagers, and there's cool deaths.
They basically did the Zack Snyder method. They were like, guess what?
Yeah.
It's zombies, but they run now. Guess what? It's Jason, but he runs now. And they're like, oh, he's not a zombie yet. So it was like they mashed the first 3 movies. You got fucking Pam in basically the opening like 10-minute scene. Then you get regular fucking slasher movie where they basically the guts of the movie are 2 and 3 mashed into one movie, essentially, where you get Sackhead Jason for a while, and then he gets the fucking hockey mask, and you basically get all the way up to part 3 by the end of it, and it's like, wow, I think it's that Shannon and Swift duo. They wrote that together, and I might have even directed it together. Yeah,
that one worked for me.
They're on Twitter. They're actually like really nice dudes and do like AMAs all the time and are very like upfront with how fucking stupid Hollywood is, and that's probably why we didn't get more of them. That was actually like pretty moderately successful from what I remember when it came out. And it was just sort of like a big question mark as to why they didn't do more. I've met Derek Mears, the slasher series that we're making a comic of right now. I wanted to just do as a movie. And originally I was like, maybe we can pitch it to Netflix and like get a green light. And I literally tweeted at them years back now and was like, yo, do an all new slasher, all new icon. It's your Netflix original, and do 3 movies back to fucking back all at once. 2 years later, Fear Street comes out. Yeah, you could not have done a more dog shit version of what I was talking about. But I was like, oh God, I can't believe I put that out into the universe and I fucking tagged Netflix in it. I was like, I might be partially responsible for that.
I only saw part of the first one, like half an hour. That was enough.
All 3 to see them through. First one wasn't bad. The first one was way better than it deserved to be. Dude, if you think the first one was bad, you wouldn't have made it through any of the other ones. And the first one was good because it was like, by the end of it, it just turns into like a kill fest, and there's some good effects. That's like what redeems it. And
I didn't make it that far, really.
Well, you get to see all these characters that aren't very enjoyable just get like eviscerated. And the concept that it sets up at first, it seemed like more interesting than it reveals itself to actually be by the end. And then I was like, oh God, it's a fucking horror Marvel crossover. And then after that first movie got so many views in the first night, they were like, they did that interview where it was like, the director of Fear Street hopes that it can become a shared horror universe. And I was like, I'm fucking done.
Done, yeah. But you did watch 3 of them, right?
Yeah, so my girlfriend liked the first one, so it's like, all right, we'll watch the second one. I'll fucking watch them with her. It was nowhere near as good. Way fucking dumber. I can't even remember. What was that? Was that the 70s? Yeah, 70s one. Yeah. 1976. Fucking. It's basically like a Shameless trying to ape off the nostalgia factor of like movies like Friday the 13th and The Burning and stuff like that. The camp sort of trope, but not like building on it or like dissecting it in any way or anything. It just makes this ham-fisted like toxic masculinity argument, and then it's over with. And man, it is fucking bad. But I met Derek Mears at a comic convention in Connecticut a couple years back. When I basically just had like a little treatment written up for the comic. I was still looking for artists at the time. And Kevin, who was in chat earlier tonight, Count Pagan, had done some concept art based on my character descriptions for it. And I showed it to fucking Derek Mears, the dude who played Jason in the remake. And he was like, if this gets turned into a movie, I want my manager and agent called immediately. Like, I want to play this guy. And I was like, fuck, dude. Like, I literally now have like the #1 dude to play slashers interested in doing this, and I could not fucking get anywhere with it. Every time I got any sort of anywhere, it was like you need to get an agent or a manager and essentially get your shit together and do like any fucking management or agent you talk to too is going to be like, you need to clean up your act, delete all of this, don't be yourself, essentially. You can't get in at like a big management company that's just going to sell your movie immediately without completely fucking retailoring a good portion of your existence.
Just making it safe,
Yeah. And I don't want to do that. I'd rather make a movie right now that's going to piss everybody off and maybe never make a movie again. But
he'll find his audience, yeah. The audience that you want, really.
It's almost 3:30 in the morning. I feel bad. We've been going almost 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
We can call it. Yeah, I don't want to keep you up any longer.
You're good.
From the fucking the ash cans I'm working on. That's the cover to the ash can.
That's awesome, dude.
Cutting the trim off of this once they're all folded and everything, but got that done, and then the credits page revealing some shit like Ryan did the inks on that cover. Yeah, I'll be printing those for the Patreon and everything soon, but I want to show the dudes that really quick before we get off of here.
That's awesome, man.
Thank you for hanging out again, as always. I got to get like you and Low Res and Jerry on here sometime to talk more about your guys' stuff and fucking get the dudes checking it out. And hopefully make a movie with you guys at some point.
Yeah. I'm hoping that by the beginning of next year, I'm going to be able to focus on more movie thing instead of the regular job that I have that I hate. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to be working.
Low Res is directing this one. Is Jake directing the one that he wrote?
No, I don't think we're going to be. I'll talk to you about that.
Off stream. Yeah, well, thanks guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching. See you later.